Chapter 280. Look after the child. I'll go out and take a look, she said to Lung Shuang and walked out. When he opened the door, he saw the ghost lying on the ground, screaming miserably. Streams of glowing air whizzed down from the air and whipped the ghosts, producing sharp, whooshing sounds. When she saw the ghosts on the ground become very faint, as if they would disappear at any time, her eyes flickered. She raised her head and glanced at the Taoist priest who was waving his horsetail whisk. She moved her fingers, and a silver needle appeared between them. With a whoosh, the needle shot towards the man in the air. Whoosh! The silver needle was swept away by the Taoist priest's horsetail whisk, and he also stopped whipping the ghosts. Instead, he glared at Fengjiu and shouted in a deep voice, "You little brat! Who are you? How dare you associate with ghosts? You really deserve to die." As he spoke, he waved his horsetail whisk, and a stream of airflow attacked Fengjiu. Whoosh! Fengjiu calmly dodged the murderous aura. He glanced at the Taoist priest and said, "You used a killing move right from the start. Could it be that you also think I'm a wandering ghost? Ha ha, brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. So what if I kill you?" The Taoist priest laughed loudly. His voice was arrogant and ruthless, without the mercy of a Taoist priest. "Young master, leave quickly. This old Taoist priest is at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Young master, don't fight him head-on. Quickly take my son and escape." The man who stood up shakily shouted at Fengjiu. He thought that if they delayed the Taoist priest, his son and the young man would have a chance to live. Fengjiu glanced at them and didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his eyes and glanced at the Taoist priest. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Many people wanted to kill me along the way, but in the end, I killed them all." Her voice was lazy and indifferent. She really didn't care about a mere peak of the Foundation establishment realm cultivator. "If you leave now, I can spare your life." She looked at the Taoist priest in the air and said with a serious expression. She didn't seem to be joking. However, no one took her words seriously. In their opinion, this young man wasn't even a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he kill the old Taoist priest? The old Taoist priest thought the same, and thus, when he heard her words, he laughed disdainfully. You? I'm afraid you don't." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the red-robed man, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rise up. A long sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. The red-robed man's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. His entire body stiffened, and he looked at the red-robed man and the sword in his hand in shock and disbelief. Ching Feng sword. You! Bang! Fengjiu kicked the old Taoist priest and pulled out his sword. He looked at the old Taoist priest who was falling to the ground and sneered. "I told you to leave, but you didn't. This is your fate." The old Taoist priest died before he could take a breath. Even in death, he didn't know who the young man in red was. Why was he holding the green-edged sword? He couldn't understand how a Foundation establishment cultivator like him could be killed by a young man who hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment realm. He couldn't accept that the young man attacked him without saying anything. He died with regret. Chapter 281. Fengjiu wiped the Qing Feng sword clean and put it back into the sword sheath with a whoosh. She walked forward and took everything from the Taoist priest. She didn't even let go of the whisk because it was a magic weapon. Even if she couldn't use it, she could sell it for money. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." The sound of gratitude behind her made Fengjiu turn around and see the four spirits kneeling on the ground with a face full of excitement. "Get up. I still have something to ask you." She shot out a flame from her hand and burned the Taoist body. "Yes, what does young master want to ask?" They helped each other to stand up. Their bodies were slightly translucent, and their souls seemed to be unstable. Fengjiu looked at them and said, "Ghosts are ghosts. I want to know, how did you manage to keep your souls from dispersing? If one of you condensed into a spirit due to hatred or worries, it would make sense, but you were a family of four, right? How did you all manage to keep your souls together? Young master, please follow us." As the four spoke, they brought her to the back of another house and dug out a piece of reddish-brown wood from the ground. "To tell you the truth, young master, The reason why we were able to condense our souls and prevent them from dispersing was because 2 years ago, a Taoist priest asked for a cup of water to drink, and we made him a vegetarian meal. He said that we had no evil in our hearts and only had good intentions. Seeing that my grandson Yang Yang was still an infant, he gave us a piece of divine soul so that we could rest in it and nourish our souls. He repeatedly told us not to harm anyone. For the past 2 years, we have kept this in mind day and night. We have been grateful and did not dare to do any evil. However, we did not expect that we would be targeted by that Taoist priest. Hearing this and looking at the God Soul Wood, she finally understood that there was such a thing. Then she asked again, since that Taoist was kind and you were spirits, why didn't you hand Yang Yang over to him? We did. This time it was the young man who spoke. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, at that time, we asked that master to take Yang Yang away. After all, as ghosts, it's inevitable that we'll be tainted with yin qi. We were afraid that it wouldn't be good for the child to be with us. However, the master declined and said that when the time is right, there will be a benefactor to help. After tonight, we found out that the benefactor the master is talking about is actually young master. Feng Jiu rubbed his chin and thought to himself, is there really such an expert in this world who can calculate? That Taoist is dead. What do you plan to do next? She looked at them and asked, young master, please take Yang Yang away. We're ghosts. We can't be with him. The woman sobbed. Even though she was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. Young master, please take our grandson away. We can only repay young master's kindness in our next life. The old man and the old woman bowed to Feng Jiu. The young man hugged the woman and said, as long as Yang Yang can live, it's more important than anything else. Young master, we'll leave Yang Yang in your hands. We don't have anything to give young master. That God Soul Wood is a top-grade spiritual item. Young master, please take it with you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. The God Soul Wood was indeed a good item. It was an ancient divine wood. The Taoist who left it behind was quite generous to leave them such a piece of God Soul Wood. However, she was a person with principles. She wasn't someone who would accept everything. Chapter 282. When he said this, the 4 of them were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Young master, you're saying that there's a technique that ghosts can cultivate? Was this real or fake? After all, ghost cultivators' techniques were much harder to find than cultivators' techniques. When they were still alive, they had only heard of it, but had never seen it. If they had a technique that could allow them to cultivate into ghost cultivators, they would not have to worry about running out of yin qi and not being able to survive in this world. Furthermore, once ghost cultivators reach a certain level of cultivation, they would not be afraid of the sun's rays. Even during the day, they would be able to go out and walk around freely. It goes without saying that this was an irresistible temptation to them. Not only could they become ghost cultivators, they could also protect Yang Yang. This was something that they had never dared to imagine. That's right. Feng Jiu nodded in response and said seriously, however, if you follow me, you must serve me as your master and not harm others. Otherwise, I will destroy your souls even without anyone else taking you in. We're willing to serve you as our master. We'll never betray you. If we go back on our words today, we're willing to be struck by lightning and have our souls destroyed, never to be reincarnated. The 4 of them knelt down respectfully and spoke excitedly. To them, whether it was serving the person in front of them as their master or being able to cultivate into ghost cultivators, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Even if he did not have a technique for them to cultivate, they would never betray him just because he had saved them today. All right, you can return to the God Soul Wood to recuperate. I have a mountain villa that you can guard and cultivate there. As for Yang Yang, since you've left her to me, don't go near her until you can control your yin qi skillfully. Yes, the 4 of them replied. I still don't know your names? She asked as she looked at them. Master, I'm Zhao Yuha. This is my wife, Lin Xinhui. This is my father, Zhao Digeo, and my mother, Fan Wan. Hearing this, Feng Jiu said, I'm Feng Jiu. That's all. Anyway, it's going to be daybreak soon. Let's leave. As she spoke, she went outside. Lung Shuang carried the sleeping Yang Yang and waited beside Lao Bai. Qiu Qiu, who was lying on the horse, glanced at them lazily before closing his eyes and going back to sleep. She took out a spaceship and threw it into the air. As the spaceship grew bigger, she said to Lung Shuang, "Carry Yang Yang to the room inside first." Yes. Lung Shuang acknowledged and boarded the spaceship first. After settling Yang Yang down, he came down and blindfolded the horse and tied it to the spaceship. He then brought Lao Bai aboard as well. When the Zhao family members saw the flying ship, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was actually a spaceship, and such a luxurious one at that. What was the background of the master they were following? "You guys go into the Divine Soul Wood." Feng Jiu gestured for them to return to the Divine Soul Wood. The four of them acknowledged and then turned into 4 rays of light that entered the Divine Soul Wood. Feng Jiu brought them onto the spaceship, and they headed towards the country of Glorious Sun. 2 days later, because the spaceship was too conspicuous, she kept Feng Fei when they arrived at a town near the border of the country of Glorious Sunday. The 3 of them rode on horses and headed towards the city. Since they had time, they weren't in a hurry to return to Yinhua City. Chapter 283. No matter where the beautiful Feng Jiu went, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention her beautiful appearance. Just her outstanding figure and temperament were extremely rare even among the aristocratic families in prosperous places, let alone in this relatively remote town on the border. Lung Shuang was still dressed in tight black clothes, outlining her exquisite figure. Her cold face was like ice, and although she was beautiful, no one dared to approach her. Because they had entered the city, they rode slowly on their horses. Yang Yang, who was sitting in front of Feng Jiu, looked around curiously with a face full of curiosity. Feng Jiu turned her head slightly and said, "Lung Shuang, we'll wait for you at the wonton stall in front. Go buy some dry rations so we can eat on the way. Also, buy some pastries and snacks for Yang Yang." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and rode forward with her legs clamped on the horse. Feng Jiu and Yang Yang went to the wonton stall not far ahead and ordered 2 bowls of wontons to eat as they waited. "Elder sister Feng, the city is so beautiful. There are so many things that Yang Yang has never seen before." The little guy looked at her with bright eyes, and his entire body was filled with joy. "Elder sister's house is even more beautiful." She smiled and rubbed his little head, saying, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll be on our way." In. The little guy nodded excitedly and used a spoon to eat his wontons. Along the way, Yang Yang's obedient and sensible behavior made her very fond of him. She couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile when she saw him leaning his little face against the big bowl and eating the wontons in such a cute and adorable manner. On the second floor of the restaurant opposite the wonton stall, a man in a navy blue robe stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He inadvertently glanced at the beautiful woman in a white dress at the stall and saw the gentle smile on her slightly tilted face. With just one glance, he could not move his eyes away. So beautiful. Even though he had seen many beauties, he had to admit that this white-clothed woman really gave him a breathtaking feeling. Looking at her sitting in that simple and crude place, her posture was languid and casual, but under her languid and casual attitude, there was a calmness and elegance that could not be ignored that came from her bones. Perhaps because she sensed that he was looking at her, the smile on the woman's face disappeared, and she looked up at him. When their eyes met, his heart trembled slightly. What a beautiful pair of eyes! Her clear eyes were deep and bottomless, yet they concealed a fierce sharpness. Originally, when he looked at her, he thought she was only a delicate and peerless beauty, but this glance allowed him to know that this woman was absolutely not an ordinary person. Her gaze had an intimidating aura. Her clear eyes were cold and indifferent. She didn't avoid his gaze, nor was she bashful. She met his gaze with scrutiny. Seeing this, the corner of his lips curled up, and interest appeared in his eyes. A middle-aged man standing behind the man saw this and followed his gaze. His gaze also fell on the woman in white at the stall. He only sized her up for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and respectfully standing behind the man. Feng Jiu withdrew his gaze and began to eat his wontons. The man's aura was extraordinary, and she guessed that he was not an ordinary person. She was just passing by and didn't want any accidents to happen on the way, so she didn't pay any attention to the man. Chapter 284. I think it's a girl in black. She's quite pretty, but it's a pity that she ran into that pair of siblings. Let's go and take a look. No one in our city has ever dared to compete with them. I'm guessing that she's from another city. Her phoenix eyes flashed when she heard those words. She looked in the direction where the crowd had run off to watch the commotion. She paused for a moment before asking, Yang, are you done eating? I'm full, but I haven't finished eating. What should I do? The little fellow couldn't bear to waste food and was still drinking soup. He looked at the remaining wontons in his bowl with a reluctant expression. Fengjiu chuckled when she saw this. She rubbed his head and said, Don't eat anymore if you're full. Don't overeat. There will be pastries later. She smiled as she paid the bill. Then, she held his hand with one hand and Lao Bai with the other and walked towards the crowd. Master, are you interested in that girl? Do you want me to invite her over? The middle-aged man on the second floor asked when he saw that his master's gaze was following the girl in white. The man standing with his hands behind his back turned around and glanced at him when he heard this. He said, Do you think you can invite her over? The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. He asked in confusion, Master, what do you mean? How can he not invite a girl over? Furthermore, with his master's status, it would be too easy for him to invite that girl over. The man didn't say anything. When he saw the white figure walking towards the crowd, he turned around and walked down the stairs, intending to follow and take a look. The middle-aged man hurriedly followed after him when he saw this. In an empty space, surrounded by the crowd, a thin man was being pressed down by a fat woman. He couldn't get up for a long time because the fat woman's weight was all on him. His entire face was flushed red, and even breathing was difficult for him. Quick, get up quickly. The man tried to push the fat woman up, but he couldn't move her at all. Woo, brother. My chest hurts. She kicked me in the chest. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that I can't stand up. The fat woman was lying on her back, facing the sky. Because her brother was below her as a human cushion, she didn't feel any pain when she fell. But because her chest was kicked, she couldn't catch her breath. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. Lung Shuang, who was dressed in black tights, coldly glanced at the two men. When he was about to leave with his horse, he saw his master standing in the crowd with Lao Bai and Yang. He immediately walked towards her. Master, everything has been purchased. Fengjiu glanced at the two on the ground and nodded. Then let's go. She carried Yang onto Lao Bai's back and climbed up as well. Her legs clamped around Lao Bai's abdomen as she let out a low shout and charged forward. Lung Shuang also jumped onto his horse and followed behind her. Seeing the two women leave on their horses, the surrounding people couldn't help but be stunned. They only felt that these two people were really gutsy, beating up the two local rich people and leaving just like that. Seeing this, the eyes of the man in the crowd lit up. He didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman on this trip to a small ninth-class country like the glorious Sun Empire. Seeing the white figure gradually disappear into the distance, he didn't stop and chased after the figure in front of him. Chapter 285. Fengjiu rode on Lao Bai's back. Because they were on a main street, their speed wasn't fast. She didn't ask Lung Shuang what had happened earlier. It was as if the previous scene had never happened. She didn't care. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't care. She knew that Lung Shuang was fine, so there wasn't anything that she should care about. Mistress, someone is following us. Lung Shuang, who was riding beside Fengjiu, spoke up. His eyes were like frost as he looked at the man who was following them unhurriedly. Let's go. Don't worry about him. Fengjiu said nonchalantly. She didn't need to turn around and know that it was the man who had been upstairs earlier. The man's invasive gaze made it difficult for her to ignore him. If he dared to follow them, then so be it. She wanted to see how he was going to follow them. Where are the snacks I asked you to buy for Yang? Give me some. She reached out to Lung Shuang. Here, I bought some sugar lotus seeds. Lung Shuang handed her a small bag. Fengjiu took it and handed it to Yang, who was sitting in front of her. Here, take it and eat it, but don't eat too much at once. Thank you, big sister phone. Yang Yang smiled happily and thanked her. Good boy. She pinched his little face and smiled. The man following behind her had been watching. Although he could only see her back most of the time, her every move, every frown, and every smile fell into his eyes, making him look at her with interest. The two people in front of them rode their horses until they exited the city gates. The two people behind them continued to follow. The difference was that after exiting the city gates, the two of them flew on their swords and were less than 10 meters behind Fengjiu. Fengjiu didn't take them seriously, and Leng Shuang didn't pay any attention to them either, because they just followed her and didn't do anything else. Even so, she was still on guard. Just like that, the group moved forward in this strange way. Fengjiu, who was at the front, gently raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Feeling the light breeze blowing against her face, a faint light flashed across her eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a strange smile. About the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn past. Suddenly, the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground and two muffled groans came from behind. Bang! Bang! Yes! Leng Shuang had been paying attention to his back the entire time, so when he saw the flying sword fall from a height of more than 2 meters without warning, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She looked at her master and saw the smile on her master's face. Only then did she understand that it was her master who had done it. Master, are you all right? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He was extremely shocked by the sudden disappearance of his spiritual aura. After falling to the ground, he didn't care about the mud and dust on his body and hurriedly looked around vigilantly. The man was also extremely shocked. He looked in astonishment at the white figure in front of him, who had turned around on her horse. He only felt that it was inconceivable. He had been careless. He didn't think that this woman would have such great ability. She didn't even need to turn around or attack them, but she was able to make them lose all their spiritual aura without them noticing. Could it be that she was a pharmacist? But that was impossible. How could a small 9th-ranked country like the Glorious Sun Empire produce such a noble pharmacist? Then, there was only one other possibility. Chapter 286. Fengjiu sat on Lao Bai's back and looked down at the two men on the ground. His voice was lazy and cold. You better not follow me. Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time. After giving the warning, he turned around and clamped his legs around Lao Bai's abdomen as he shouted. Lao Bai quickly ran forward. Leng Shuang immediately rode his horse and chased after him. Not long after, the two disappeared from the sight of the two men on the ground. The master. This woman is indeed not an ordinary person. The middle-aged man saw them riding away and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be able to take down the two of them so silently was really out of his expectations. The man laughed, and a dark light flashed across his eyes. I told you she was not ordinary. This proves that my taste is not bad. I'm just glad that she didn't try to kill us. Under such circumstances, if she wanted to kill them, they would most likely be doomed. The man glanced at him and said, She doesn't even know who we are, and we have no grudges with her. Why would she kill us? His voice paused, and the corners of his lips curled up. A determined look appeared in his eyes as he said, I just didn't expect that a small tier, 9 country like the country of Glorious Sun would have such a beautiful woman. It's really unforgettable. Yes, in just a short encounter, this woman had aroused his desire to have her. The first thing that attracted his attention was her peerless beauty, followed by her temperament, as well as the hidden sharpness in her eyes. What he did not expect was that she would be able to take down the two of them without making a sound and without any effort at all. This scheming and this method made him, who originally only had the intention of hunting her, really want to do it. This woman, he wanted to have her. He thought that if he could conquer this proud and aloof woman, he would definitely feel a great sense of accomplishment. Fengjiu did not know what this man was thinking. If he knew, he would probably come back and stab him. The two of them supported each other to the side of the road and sat down to rest. After about 2 hours, the effects of the medicine dissipated and the spiritual energy in their bodies recovered. Master, should we return to Qingting Kingdom first? The middle-aged man looked at him and asked. The man pondered for a moment and said, let's go back first and send someone to investigate that woman's identity. Yes, the middle-aged man replied helplessly, although he felt that it was best not to provoke that woman. Since his master was interested, he could only do as he was told. On the other side, Ling Shuang was puzzled and asked, Master, when did you use the medicine? Why didn't I see it? At that time, the person behind her had been staring at her, so how did she manage to not be noticed? Feng Jiu curled his lips and smiled. If you saw it, how could you make them fall for it? She looked at the road ahead and said, When we reach Yunhua City, take the Divine Soul wood to Mahogany Dock. Have him guard that place. Also, call your younger brother back to the Feng Manor. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Ling Shuang's face. Yes. Thinking of her younger brother, her heart softened. Half a month later, they arrived at Yunhua City. After entering Yunhua City, Feng Jiu and Ling Shuang went their separate ways. Ling Shuang rode his horse to Mahogany Dock, while she rode Lao Bai to bring Yang Yang and Qiu to the Feng Manor. Chapter 287. Did you hear? Apparently, Guan Shilin, who left the Guan family, has become a #1 expert on the black market's Huang ranking. We already knew about this 2 days ago. Actually, that Guan Shilin's battle prowess and talent are truly shocking. I went to the black market's arena to watch him fight. His skills are truly amazing. For the Guan family to chase him out, it really is their loss. But of course, recently, quite a few families have been trying to rope him in. Some even want to use marriage to bring him into the family. But I heard that he wants to establish his own family. So many people are at a loss. That's right. Didn't he buy the large residence next to the Feng Manor? I heard that he's been preparing for it recently. It seems that he's just waiting for an auspicious day to enter. Then the Guan family is probably dying of regret. Haha, that's for sure. The eldest young miss of the Feng Manor hasn't appeared recently. It seems that she went out to train? Speaking of the Feng family's young miss, it really is inconceivable. She actually had old Master Feng cancel the marriage with the third prince. Could it be that she's not afraid that her face will be ruined and she won't be able to get married after canceling the marriage? So what if she can't get married? The Feng Manor only has her blood. Even if she doesn't marry into the Feng Manor, they can still raise her. However, didn't I hear that the third prince refused to cancel the marriage? It seems that this matter is still being delayed. The third prince is the most outstanding of the younger generation in Yaori. In truth, the Feng family's eldest young miss being able to marry him can be considered the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I really don't know if she did. As that person spoke, he inadvertently glanced over and immediately widened his eyes in shock. The 2 people to the side saw this and turned around to look. What they saw also caused them to widen their eyes in shock. Aside from disbelief, they were also a bit embarrassed. They never thought that the person involved would hear them talking about someone behind their back. Hearing those words, Feng Jiu faintly smiled. Glancing at those people, he rode Lao Bai back to the Feng Manor. So it turned out that her brother had already become #1 on the black market's Huang ranking in such a short amount of time. He had even bought a residence. As for her marriage with Murong Yixian, that would be settled when she returned. Once she was far away, those people finally managed to recover after a while. They stammered, That person is the Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qingge, right? Has her face recovered? It seems that he has recovered. He said that he went out to train. I guess he went to find a doctor to treat his face. Another person said, his eyes full of amazement. She is indeed the #1 beauty of glorious sun. Her appearance and temperament are truly breathtaking, because Feng Jiu was riding on Lao Bai, who looked like both a dragon and a horse. It was very conspicuous. Coupled with the fact that her face had been restored, her peerless beauty caused everyone who saw her to cry out in surprise. Isn't that the Feng family's young miss, Feng Qingge? Look, has her disfigured face recovered? There were many citizens in Cloud Moon City who were familiar with her. Along the way to the Feng Manor, everywhere she went, the citizens would exclaim and discuss. Do you know? The Feng family's young miss, Feng Qingge, had returned. Her face has also recovered. Word of mouth spread like wildfire, and it didn't take long for everyone to hear the news. Inside Murong Yixian's manor, Murong Yixian stood up from behind the desk. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the guard and asked, "You said Qingge has returned?" "Yes, the Feng family's eldest young miss has returned. Because she was riding a strange horse on the streets, many people saw her. Also, her disfigured face has recovered." Chapter 288. Before she reached the Feng Manor's gates, her family, who had heard that she had returned, were already waiting outside with joyous expressions. Feng Xiao supported the old man as he waited outside. His eyes were filled with joy as he occasionally looked towards the main street and excitedly chattered. "This child really is something. Even when she goes out, she acts first and reports later. These past few days, I haven't been able to sleep well. Every day, I've been worried about whether or not she would run into any danger outside. If she had brought the phone guards with her, that would have been fine, but she only brought that girl, Lung Shuang. Fortunately, she has returned safely. I can finally put down the heavy stone in my heart." "TSK, you only have this bit of ambition." The old man glared at him, but his face was filled with a smile. The joy and excitement that came from the bottom of his heart infected everyone at his side, causing everyone to look forward to the eldest young miss return. She's coming. The eldest young miss has returned." A servant shouted in joy, pointing at the white figure that had appeared on the main street. Because she was riding Lao Bai and was slowly approaching from a high place, everyone saw her as soon as she appeared. After everyone rejoiced, they saw that the eldest young miss' ruined face had truly recovered its former beauty. They could not help but shout in joy. "Elder Master, the eldest young miss' face has truly recovered. Ha, ha, ha. Phone girl has returned. Quickly set off the firecrackers." The old man happily shouted. Following his voice, the sound of firecrackers began to crackle in front of the Feng Manor's gates. It immediately attracted the surrounding people to gather around, and they all looked around curiously. Feng Jiu, who was riding Lao Bai, could see the joyous expressions of his family from a distance. He could not help but reveal a smile. Seeing that they were setting off firecrackers in front of the gate, a joyous and lively atmosphere immediately filled the air. Yang, who was sitting in front, saw this lively scene and leaned back slightly. Grabbing his sleeve, he was both happy and a bit timid. Sensing his uneasiness, Feng Jiu smiled and gently patted his little head. Only then did he look at the two people coming over and call out, "Grandfather, father, I've returned." "You child, how could you leave without discussing it with your father? Father has been worried about you all this time. It's good that you're back now." He went forward to hold Lao Bai's hand. When he saw the child sitting in front of him, he asked in surprise, "Where did this child come from?" Feng Jiu dismounted and carried Yang down. "Why are you asking so many questions? They were still on the streets. Come on, let's go home first." The old master glared at Feng Xiao and ordered his men to take the horse away. Who would have thought that the guards would not be able to drag Old White at all? "Young miss, we can't drag this horse away." The guard rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. He stroked Lao Bai's head and whispered a few words into his ear. Lao Bai wagged his tail and then stomped his hooves to walk away. As for Chiu, who was mixed in with the crowd, he had already run inside and wandered around the Feng Manor. "Ha, this horse is not bad, but it looks a little strange." Feng Xiao laughed loudly. Looking at the white horse that was shaped like a dragon, he was a bit curious as to what breed it was. "Grandfather Feng, Uncle Feng." The young voice was a bit timid as he called out. The old master and Feng Xiao were startled. Seeing the child leaning against the Feng girl's side, his clear eyes carried a trace of unease and fear. The two could not help but smile and praise him. "Good child, let's go inside first." Chapter 289. Qingge. The sound of Qing Ji's voice caused everyone who had already stepped through the door to pause their steps and turn back to look. Seeing the purple-robed noble figure standing not far from the Feng Manor, everyone could not help but look towards the white-robed Feng Qingge, who had an extremely beautiful appearance and a cold body. The person who came was the third prince, Morong Yi, her fiancé. Although the old man had proposed to cancel the marriage between the two of them, due to Morong Yi's unwillingness, the marriage was still delayed until now, and the relationship between the two of them had yet to be broken. The surrounding commoners were originally not optimistic about the marriage between the two, because Morong Yi was the most talented among the new generation of glorious son and had the most promising future. As for Feng Qinga, even though she was the eldest young miss of the Feng Manor and the #1 beauty of the glorious Sun Empire, in this world where strength was respected, her strength was nothing special in the eyes of the world. In fact, even some of the children of the first wife of the family were more talented than her, not to mention the fact that her face had been completely disfigured. Even if her face had been restored, her cultivation was still too weak. In the eyes of the crowd, she was still not worthy of Morong Yi. After all, the person standing next to a favored son of heaven must be a woman with first-class appearance and strength. You all go in first. She handed Yang to her grandfather and let them go in first. All right, then you all go ahead and talk. If you really can't do it, then call him in. The old man said, then led Yang inside. Feng Xiao glanced at Morong Yi, shook his head, sighed, and also walked in. Although he was quite satisfied with Morong Yi, unfortunately, his daughter didn't like him and he couldn't do anything about it. No matter how satisfied he was with him, everything had to be done according to his daughter's wishes. Morong Yi walked forward and saw that the scars on her face had all disappeared. Her complexion had returned to its previous smooth and flawless appearance. Looking at such a beautiful but distant her, his heart ached slightly, but a gentle smile appeared on his face. There's a tea house not far ahead. Let's go and have a drink. Feng Jiu glanced at him and saw that there were many commoners watching them. He nodded and followed him to a room on the second floor of the tea house not far away. In the room, the atmosphere was slightly stiff. There was no intimacy between lovers, no shyness, and no infatuation. The two of them sat at the table, and Morong Yi poured tea for her. Looking at her indifferent and distant expression, he narrowed his eyes slightly to hide the pain in his eyes and stared at the tea in his hand. Grandfather Feng went to find my father to ask about canceling the marriage, but I didn't agree. Feng Jiu picked up the teacup and took a sip. When he heard this, his eyes moved slightly. He glanced at him and said, I've already told you about the engagement. We're not suitable for each other. There's no point in dragging it out. Not suitable? He raised his eyes to look at her in different expression and smiled bitterly. We can be said to be childhood sweethearts. How can we not be suitable? I know you must be angry because I didn't recognize you back then. I also know that it was my fault. But Qinga, can't you give me another chance? Feng Jiu shook her head with a smile when she heard this. Her clear eyes were sharp as if she had seen through everything, and her clear and unhurried voice sounded out from her mouth in a neither fast nor slow manner, and it struck mercilessly at his heart. Chapter 290. Hearing this, Morong Yi's hand trembled as he held onto the teacup. Under her gaze, he slowly lowered his gaze, and his face paled slightly. Seeing his expression, she tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, Since you know, why pretend that you don't know anything? Perhaps the previous Feng Qinga had fallen in love with you, but I, Feng Jiu, will not. You are like a stranger to me, so I must cancel this marriage. Feng Jiu? He raised his eyes and looked at her. That's right, I'm Feng Jiu. I can also be called Feng Qinga, but I'm definitely not the Feng Qinga who had fallen in love with you. Hearing this, his lips moved as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end, he did not ask anything. He brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip, calming his heart. After a long while, he said, I understand. I agreed to cancel this marriage. That would be for the best. The corner of her lips curled up, revealing a smile. Seeing her face overflowing with joy, his eyes flashed and said, I want to get to know you again. Under her stunned gaze, he revealed a gentle smile. You're right. The first time we met in the restaurant, the second time we met in the Peach Blossom Cove, and the second time we met on the street, you stunned me and made my heart beat faster. I was unable to forget you, so even if the marriage is canceled, I will still pursue you. Feng Jiu shook her head and stood up, smiling. I advise you not to waste your time on me. Go and cultivate properly." After leaving behind these words, she left. She was very clear that she would not fall in love with someone like Morong Ishian. Although he was very outstanding, he was not suitable for her. Seeing her turn and leave, he did not stop her because he knew that as long as he was strong enough and outstanding enough, then there would come a day when she would be his woman. In this world where strength was respected, the strong would be respected and the weak would not be able to survive. Even if she had the Feng manor behind her, this world was so big that there would come a day when she would know that only the strong could protect her. And she was right. He didn't need to cultivate diligently. The glorious Sun Country was only a stepping stone for him. He would not spend his entire life here. Outside, there was a wider sky for him to soar in. Feng Manor. Fengjiu heard Guan Shilin's voice before he even entered the living room. "Why isn't Xiaojiu back yet? That Morong Yixian is really something. It's really boring for a man to be so wishy-washy." "Who said I didn't come back?" She walked in with a smile. Guan Shilin, who was sitting down, greeted her happily as soon as he saw her. "Xiaojiu, you're finally back. I rushed back as soon as I heard that you were back. You're about to enter the residence. How can I not come back?" she said with a smile, but when she didn't see Yang Yang in the hall, she asked, "Grandfather, where's Yang Yang?" "He's tired. I've asked the servants to take him to rest." The old man smiled and said, "I've instructed the kitchen to make a few dishes that you like. Come and have a few drinks with us before returning to the courtyard to rest." When Feng Xiao heard the old man's words, he frowned in disapproval and said, "Father, Qing Ge just came back. She must be exhausted. If she wants to drink, let her rest first, right? Look at her. She's lost so much weight after going out. She must have suffered a lot outside and didn't rest well." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's fine. I won't." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Chapter 291. Seeing this, the old man stroked his beard and laughed as he waved his hand. "Ha ha! All right. We'll do as you say. Go, little Feng. Have a good rest. Tonight, you must accompany your grandfather for a few drinks." "All right, then I'll go back and rest." She chuckled and took 2 steps before stopping. She turned back to look at them and walked back with a smile. "You haven't given me the present yet. Child, why did you bring us a present when you went out for training?" Feng Xiao shook his head and smiled. He felt that it was good enough that she came back safely and did not care much about the present. However, when he saw what she took out, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is the red jade coral? Where did you get this?" In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at the precious red jade coral in front of him, he only felt that this present was too good. One had to know that this thing was a priceless item. Aside from being an ornamental item, it could also be used for cultivation. Even in the imperial family, he had only seen such a small pot, but his daughter had brought back such a large pot for him. Just thinking about it made him excited. Fengjiu smiled and squinted his eyes. "Father, this is for you." As he spoke, he looked at his grandfather who was smiling at the side and took out a wine gourd and handed it to him. "Grandfather, this is the spiritual wine that I specially brought back for you. I've tasted it. The taste is mellow and the aftertaste is endless. Moreover, this wine gourd is a treasure that can hold 500 kilograms of wine. In the future, if you want to drink wine, you don't have to worry about not having enough." "Ah, good. Little Feng still has my heart. You know that my favorite thing is wine." The old man happily took the wine gourd and could not wait to open the lid of the gourd to smell the wine. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly with an intoxicated expression. "It's so fragrant, and it has such rich spiritual energy. Even in the entire country of Glorious Sun, you can't find such good wine. Really? Let me try a sip." When Feng Xiao heard this, he went forward. Unexpectedly, the old man hugged the gourd in his arms and waved him away. Go. My good granddaughter brought this back for me. You also have that gift. Don't think about it." Fengjiu's eyes softened as she watched the two of them laughing and joking around. This kind of family was really good. It was simple and warm. Although the population was small, everyone valued kinship. She had not experienced the kinship in her previous life, but she had all of it here. "Brother, this is for you." She smiled as she took out the 8 trigrams plate and handed it to him. Guan Shilin was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "I get a gift too?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course, you're also part of my family. Grandfather and father both have a share, so how could you not have one?" She smiled as she looked at the item in his hand. She didn't know what it was, so she said, "This is an 8 trigrams plate. It's a transcendent artifact. It can be used to fly, and it can also be used to fight enemies." Hearing her words, Guan Shilin picked up the 8 trigrams plate and played with it. His face was filled with joy. "Then I'll be returning to my courtyard first." She smiled as she spoke. Only then did she walk in her courtyard. When evening came, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua both returned. Dinner was being prepared in the manor. The servants coming and going busily made the entire Feng manor seem very lively. Chapter 292. "All right," Lung Hua replied, and headed towards the backyard when she saw her master walking out with a yawn. Seeing this, she called out, "Master." Feng Jiu replied. She had just woken up and was still a little sleepy, so she appeared to be very lazy. "Master." Lung Hua couldn't help but smile when he saw her and called out to her. Feng Jiu's gaze swept over him and smiled. "Looks like your body has become much stronger. I practice Tai Chi every morning and night, so my body is already very good," Lung Hua said happily. "That's good." She nodded and walked towards the old man who couldn't help but start drinking. She smiled and said, "Grandfather, aren't you afraid of getting drunk? This wine has a very strong recoil, so you can't drink too much at once." "Ha, it's fine, it's fine. I can hold my liquor well." The old man laughed and took another sip of wine. He waved his hand and called out, "Since everyone is here, let the servants serve the dishes. Come, everyone come and sit." Big Sister Feng. Yang ran over and hugged her leg, his face full of joy. Big Sister Feng's house is really beautiful. Uncle Feng even took Yang to see the fish. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled and stroked the little guy's head. "It's good that you like it. You have to be obedient here, understand?" Yes, Yang will be obedient." He nodded his head heavily and replied in a crisp voice. That night, the whole family gathered together happily, eating and chatting. It wasn't until the night gradually darkened that they all dispersed, somewhat tipsy. 2 days later, the news of Murong, Yixian, and Fengqing's engagement being annulled spread throughout Yinhua City. Once the news spread, some people rejoiced in their misfortune, while others clapped their hands and cheered. It could be said that most people didn't think highly of their engagement. Now that the engagement was annulled, everyone was secretly happy. After all, from their point of view, Fengqing wasn't worthy of a genius like the third prince. For a man like him, the power behind the woman by his side and her own strength must be extremely outstanding. Otherwise, looks alone would be useless. Everyone felt that Fengqing wasn't worthy of Murong Yixian. Only the people of Feng Manor felt that Murong Yixian wasn't worthy of Fengqing. Thus, when the commoners outside were discussing this, the guards and servants in Feng Manor were all indignant. From their point of view, the eldest young miss was stronger than anyone else. More than anyone else, Feng Jiu, who was in the courtyard, didn't take this matter to heart. She only needed to know that the engagement was canceled. At this time, all her thoughts were on the book in her hand. She had carefully studied it for 2 days. There were also some elixirs in her space. Now, she just needed to start learning from the simplest alchemy. If she wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage, she needed a foundation establishment pill. It was too impractical to buy one. Not to mention that it was difficult to find a foundation establishment pill in the country of Glorious Sun. Even if there was one, she felt that it wouldn't be as reassuring as one that she refined herself. Moreover, in the book her master had given her, there was a mention of a perfect foundation. It was a foundation that was 1 in 10,000. If she could achieve a perfect foundation, then she would have a good foundation for entering the Golden Core stage or even the Nascent Soul stage. Chapter 293. Feng Xiao walked in and saw her reading in the courtyard. A loving and doting smile appeared on his dignified face. "What are you reading? Why are you reading so seriously?" "Father." She closed the book and stood up. She smiled slyly at him. I'm just researching something new. So mysterious. All right, father won't ask. I just came to see you and tell you that the small courtyard you wanted has been cleared out. Also, what are you going to do with that courtyard? Do you need to add something to it? No need. It's fine as long as it's empty. She smiled and said, I'll be busy for a while. I'll have to trouble father to take care of Yang Yang. Don't worry. That child is very obedient. I've hired someone to teach him how to read and write. After a while, I'll teach him the horse stance to build the foundation. Let's go. Father will accompany you to see the courtyard. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll have someone tear it down. All right. She smiled and walked out with him. When the two of them walked to the rockery in the residence, they heard laughter from afar. Looking up, they saw the snow-white but chubby Lao Bai playing with several servant girls. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiao smiled and said, Old Bai originally asked the servants to tie it up in the stable, but who knew that it couldn't stay there? These 2 days, I asked someone to untie it and let it wander around the mansion by itself. Looking at Lao Bai, who was lying on the ground with its 4 paws in the air and allowing the maidservants to stroke its belly, he shook his head and said with a smile, You don't say. This Lao Bai is extremely intelligent. I see that it likes to get close to the maidservants when it has nothing to do, but it also looks down on the guards. It's really strange. Even the old master said that he has never seen a dragon horse like Lao Bai. Feng Jiu glanced at Lao Bai, who was lying on all 4s with its belly exposed. He was speechless. Lao Bai is such a pervert. When I met him, no matter how much his previous owner tried to pull him away, he wouldn't leave. Who knew that once he met me, he would immediately come over and chase me all the way. Later, his previous owner said that he would give him to me. As the two approached, the maidservants hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed. They called out in a low voice, Master, Mississippi Hiss. White stood up from the ground and was about to approach Feng Jiu, but he was stopped by Feng Xiao. Hey, you dragon horse, don't try to get close to my daughter. Feng Jiu, who was standing at the back, could not help but chuckle when he saw his father's sturdy body blocking Lao Bai from approaching. Father, you should stop here. I can go to the courtyard by myself. She walked out from the back, and when she passed by Lao Bai, she glanced at the fat Lao Bai. She turned around with a smile and said, Lao Bai, don't let him eat too much. He needs to lose some weight. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me. I'll take him out for a few laps later. Feng Xiao laughed loudly and indicated for her to leave. He stayed behind and led Lao Bai to the other side. After Feng Jiu arrived at the courtyard, he took out the alchemy cauldron and some elixirs that he had swindled from the Yama Lord. He wanted to start with the simplest and most common elixirs. He stayed in the courtyard for 4 to 6 hours. Chapter 294. They saw a cloud of smoke rising from one of the courtyards, accompanied by an unpleasant burnt smell. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. That seems to be the courtyard that Eldest Miss ordered people to clear out. Eldest Miss went in this morning and hasn't come out yet. Heavens! Could something have happened to her? Thinking of this, the maidservants and guards all ran towards the courtyard, afraid that something had happened to their eldest Mississippi. What's going on? What happened? Old Master Feng also ran out when he heard the commotion. He looked around, and when he saw smoke rising from one of the courtyards, he was even more stunned. What's going on over there? Old Master, that's the courtyard that Eldest Miss ordered people to clear out. Eldest Miss went in this morning and hasn't come out yet. The loud noise just now came from that courtyard. It seems like something exploded. The steward who ran over hurriedly explained. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the old master holding his robe with one hand and running towards the courtyard as if he was flying. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed. When everyone hurriedly arrived at the courtyard and saw the scene inside through the courtyard door, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They saw their beautiful eldest miss sitting on the ground with her body completely black and dirty. The original color of the casual clothes she wore in the residence could no longer be seen. Her ink-black hair was splattered with black powders and medicinal dregs. It seemed that the ends of her hair were slightly curled due to the high temperature. Her face was also black and white. She looked extremely miserable as she sat on the ground and coughed. Waves of smoke rose from the room in front of her. What's going on? Everyone stared blankly. Someone recovered first and shouted, "Eldest miss, are you all right?" Cough, 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 cough. Fungio, who had been ejected, sat on the ground. She waved away the smoke from the room in front of her with one hand while covering her nose and mouth as she coughed. She slowly stood up and turned around to see many people outside the courtyard. She waved her hand at them. "I'm fine. You don't have to crowd around there. Go do what you need to do." After saying this, she walked towards the pill room that was emitting scorched smoke. The first time she refined pills, the lid directly exploded. The air in the alchemy furnace, along with the dozens of elixirs she used, spurted out. Even she couldn't avoid it in time and was ejected by the air, causing her to be dirty and messy. She opened the window to let the smoke disperse. When she saw the scattered medicinal dregs on the ground, her face filled with pain. What a waste. It's a lot of money to buy them. "Phone lass? Phone lass, are you all right?" The old man, who had rushed over from outside, entered the courtyard and headed towards the pill room. The housekeeper stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard, while the others had already dispersed. When she turned around and saw him, she rubbed her nose and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I'm fine. I just wasted a furnace of good medicine." Fungio, Fungio zes Fungio, the eldest of Fungio, the of Fungio s is Fungio T test T of A. I'm learning. See, this furnace is ruined. She helplessly shrugged. It's easy to talk about it on paper, but it's difficult to implement it. Chapter 295. Yes, I can definitely do it. She smiled slyly and said, "But grandfather, no one is allowed to enter my courtyard. Go back and tell the servants that even if it's my father, it's best not to let him in." Haha, all right, that's not a problem. Your father took Old White out for a stroll and isn't in the estate right now. If he were here, he would have rushed over already. He smiled and looked at the chaotic pill room. He asked, "Do you want someone to come and help you? When Lung Shuang comes back, she can come over." "All right then. Be careful, don't hurt yourself," he said worriedly. "Yes, I will." Her heart warmed. After sending him out, she returned to the pill room to tidy up and reorganize the reasons for her previous failure. After a long time, she stood in front of the pill furnace and used the spiritual power in her body to ignite the flames under the furnace. After the flames flew to the bottom of the furnace, she retracted her hand and controlled the strength of the flames under the furnace while paying attention to the temperature of the pill furnace. The first batch was fine at the beginning, but there was a problem at the end when the pills were condensed. It was probably because she didn't control the flames and spiritual power well. After her first failure, no matter how carefully she thought about this cauldron, she did not dare to be careless. However, after about 4 hours, the cauldron began to vibrate. She was slightly stunned when she saw it, and in the next moment, she broke into a run. Bang! Smoke filled the courtyard again. This time, the people in the estate were only stunned for a moment before continuing to do their own things. This was because the old master had said that they didn't need to care about the eldest Mrs. Courtyard and didn't need to look. However, they were still curious. What was the eldest miss doing in there? Why was there another explosion? As for the pill room, Fungio was really going all out. She rested in the courtyard for a while and watched the smoke dissipate. Then, she walked in again. This time, even the pill furnace fell down. Seeing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. It was a good thing that the things she used to trick the Yama Lord were all first class. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. This competition lasted until evening. However, an entire day had passed, and she hadn't been able to refine a single pill. Moreover, she had wasted a lot of spiritual herbs, so she didn't have enough left in her space. When Lung Shuang, who had just returned to the mansion, heard a loud bang, her footsteps paused slightly. Seeing that the guards and maidservants in the mansion were all used to it, she looked towards the remote courtyard and thought to herself, "It should be Master refining elixirs, right?" When he arrived outside the courtyard, he saw his master coughing from smoke. He called out, "Master, I'm back." She went to the black market today, but was delayed by something Lung Shuang. "It's good that you're back." She walked up to the door of the courtyard, took out a prescription and a crystal card, and handed them to her. Go to the black market and buy me 20 portions of each of the spiritual herbs listed here. I want 30 portions of the scarlet grass on the top. There's money inside. Take it and buy it." "Yes." Lung Shuang didn't ask any more questions. He took it and quickly went to the black market again. What no one expected was that she was so focused on refining pills. She failed again and again, but tried again and again. She didn't give up, only stubbornness. She only thought that she didn't believe that she couldn't refine a batch of high-quality pills. Chapter 296. "Father, do you think that child, Chinga, has been inside for 3 days and 3 nights? Could something have happened to her? Why don't I go in and take a look?" Feng Xiao said worriedly. He, who was standing outside the courtyard, was stopped from entering. Therefore, he did not know what the situation in the room was like. Master Feng glanced at him and said, "Can't you see that I'm also standing here and waiting?" Little Feng said that no one is to go in and disturb her. She will come out when she wants to. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Although he said that, his eyes kept glancing at the courtyard from time to time. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried or anxious. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. That girl didn't go back to rest except when Lung Shuang brought her food. How could she endure like this? After thinking for a while, he looked at Lung Shuang, who was standing guard in the courtyard, and said, "Go and see if she wants to come out." However, Lung Shuang didn't move and said, "Master ordered me to stand guard here. I can't disturb her unless she calls me." After a pause, she said, "Old master, you should go back first. I'm here to guard this place. Nothing will happen." "Ah, all right then. If anything happens, you must let us know," Old Master Feng said, and turned to walk back. However, he saw that Feng Xiao was still standing there and said, "Let's go. What are you standing there for? You're poor in your own home. What are you worried about?" Feng Xiao looked at him speechlessly and thought to herself, "He's obviously worried too, but he's still talking about me." However, she didn't continue to stand guard outside the courtyard and left with Master Feng. After watching the two leave, Lung Shuang withdrew her gaze and quietly stood guard, not allowing anyone to come close. After about 2 hours, she smelled a strong medicinal fragrance in the air. She couldn't help but be surprised and looked towards the pill room. "Master, you succeeded?" If it was a concoction of medicine, the smell would not be so rich and fragrant. Moreover, the smell of the medicine made people feel refreshed, as if all the exhaustion in their body had disappeared. They were really curious what was the effect of the medicine that Master had refined. However, at this time, in the elixir room, Fengjiu, who was dirty and had sweat on her forehead, held her breath and controlled the last flame to condense the pill. Although she smelled the fragrance of Chinese medicine in the air, she did not dare to be careless. It wasn't until the final step of condensing the pill that she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was startled by a sudden bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with a loud rumble. It penetrated the house and struck the pill furnace. She was so shocked that she immediately retreated. Her eyes widened in astonishment and shock. This is Dan Chung attracting lightning. She was shocked and astonished. She raised her head in disbelief to look at the hole in the roof. Through the hole, she could see the clouds and the clear sky and the rumbling of thunder. Oh no! Thunder in the middle of the day. With such a big commotion, it will definitely alarm everyone. She muttered, her mind working quickly. Boom! When the second bolt of lightning struck, it was just as Fengjiu had said. The sudden thunder in the middle of the day alarmed all the factions in Yunyue City. Even a monarch in the imperial palace was alarmed. No one sent anyone to investigate. Instead, they all moved out and rushed towards the source of the lightning. When Master Feng in the Feng Manor heard the sound of the lightning, his expression changed greatly. He could be considered an experienced old man and naturally knew how big a matter it was to attract lightning. Chapter 297. Feng Xiao, who had heard the commotion in the manor, naturally knew that something big had happened in the manor. Also, he figured that it had something to do with the things his daughter had been fiddling with over the past few days. Thus, when he heard the old man's loud shout, his powerful voice filled with Qianqi was also heard. Feng Manor's guards, listen to my orders. Guard the Feng Manor. Don't let a single fly in. The hearts of the guards that had rushed out of the manor trembled. They immediately prepared themselves for battle and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." The sonorous and powerful voice filled with battle intent rang out in the various courtyards of the Feng Manor. Some of these guards were originally standing guard in the courtyards, some were standing guard in the corridors, some were standing guard in the rockery, and some were hidden in the shadows. However, when they heard the old man and Feng Zhao's voices, they were like blood-soaked soldiers that had heard a military order. They quickly rushed to the walls of the Feng Manor's courtyards to prevent anyone from breaking in. The servants of the manor had been ordered by the housekeeper to stand guard in the courtyards. They looked at the dark clouds in the sky above the courtyard with shock and uncertainty, as well as the sudden clap of thunder. Their hearts were filled with shock. Thunder on a sunny day. They had actually seen such a strange thing. Also, it seemed to be related to their eldest young miss, Qiao, who had been lazily lying on the rockery and basking in the warm morning sun, could not help but sit up straight when he saw the sudden clap of thunder in the sky. His sharp and bloodthirsty eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately ran towards the courtyard, attracting heavenly lightning in the middle of the day. What was that woman doing? Not only did Qiao run over, even old Bai, who had been trying to hide under the servant girl's skirt, raised his head slightly and glanced at the sky. He sniffed with his nose and also ran towards the courtyard. Boom! Following the third bolt of heavenly lightning, the dark clouds in the sky scattered. The Feng Manor seemed to have regained its calm in an instant, but everyone knew that a problem had arisen. That was because the people that had rushed over from all directions had arrived outside the Feng Manor's gates. They were either shocked, startled, surprised, or incredulous as they looked at the tightly shut gates of the Feng Manor. Thunder on a clear day, and 3 bolts of lightning at that. What exactly happened in the Feng Manor? Everyone wanted to know, but the Feng Manor was not a normal family. The Feng Manor's gates were tightly shut. Even if they were curious, they did not dare and could not enter without the master's permission. What do you think happened in the Feng Manor? Why would it attract heavenly lightning? Who knows? The Feng Manor's gates are tightly shut. Who dares to knock on the door at this time? I'm afraid people won't say anything even if I knock. But I'm really curious. What exactly happened? Look, isn't that the monarch? He actually came in person. One of the patriarchs exclaimed in a low voice, gesturing for everyone to look at the figure that was flying towards them. Another family head pondered and said, even the king personally came. It can be seen that this matter is not trivial. I think the Feng family's door will definitely open. Oh, and that's right. It's just that we cannot enter the Feng Manor, but the king will definitely be able to enter. In the midst of everyone's whispers, the king, Murong Bo, stepped onto the roof of a restaurant, but he could only vaguely see the roof of the Feng Manor's courtyard. He could not see the situation inside, but he was certain that the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning had indeed been attracted by the Feng Manor. Chapter 298. Who is knocking on the door? A low and dignified voice came from inside the door. That was Feng Zhao's voice. It was firm and dignified. Feng Zhao, open the door. Murong Bo's deep and dignified voice also came from outside. His voice carried the aura of an expert, and the tone of his voice was one of command. Hearing the voice from outside, Feng Zhao, who was holding a large blade and sitting calmly inside the door, slightly furrowed his brow. His dignified face sank, and he hesitated for a moment. His firm voice carried an apologetic tone. Country lord, please forgive this official for not being able to obey. When Murong Bo heard this, his brow slightly furrowed. He was a bit angry from the humiliation. He, the dignified ruler of a country, had personally come, yet he was refused entry? Not only was Murong Bo angry from the humiliation, even the people not far away who had not come forward were stunned. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Feng Zhao would dare to refuse the country lord? Wasn't this too daring? It had to be known that the Feng Manor was not the same as the other families. Aside from being the head of the Feng Manor, Feng Zhao was also the mighty general of the country of Glorious Sunday. He was Morong Bo's subordinate. Refusing to obey an order could be a big or small matter. Feng Xiao, do you know what you were saying? Morong Bo's face sank, and his voice carried a bit of coldness and anger. Just as the atmosphere outside the Feng Manor's door was tense and dangerous, Feng Jiao opened the pill furnace in the pill room. Seeing the 3 brownish-red pills inside, she revealed a happy and excited smile. She had succeeded. Without anyone to guide her, she relied on her experience and understanding of medicine. She relied on the simple steps in the book to figure out the method of refining the pills. After spending 3 days and 3 nights and wasting quite a few spirit medicines, she had finally succeeded. She took out the 3 pills and placed them on the table to the side to observe. She saw that the pills were filled with spiritual energy, and 5 pill markings appeared on the small pills. They were clearly visible. It really is 5 pill markings. No wonder it could attract heavenly lightning to temper the pills. As she spoke, she was pleasantly surprised as she looked at the pill veins on the pill. He didn't expect that the first batch of pills he refined would be of such a high grade. According to the records in the book, only pills with 5 pill patterns or more could attract heavenly lightning. Not to mention that this was in the Tier 9 country of Glorious Sun, even the Tier 6 country of Green Tongue. It was extremely difficult to find a pill with 5 patterns. This is great. After wasting so many spiritual herbs, I finally won't suffer a loss. She chuckled and took out a bottle. She put the 3 pills into 3 separate bottles and put them into her space. Then, she put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room. The Feng family patriarch, who was standing guard outside the courtyard, saw her come out and immediately asked, "Feng girl, have you finished concocting that pill of yours? Those 3 bolts of lightning have alarmed everyone. Even a monarch has come running. Your father is guarding the gate, but I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long." Hearing this, Feng Jiao's eyes flashed. He walked toward the old man and said to Lung Shuang, "Clean up the place." "Yes." Lung Shuang complied, then walked towards the pill room. "Grandfather, it's fine. There's no need to worry. With our Feng Manor's reputation, no one dares to force their way in." Chapter 299. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. He was so excited that even his voice began to tremble. "I heard that only pills with 5 pill patterns or more can attract the heavenly lightning. Could it be that your pill has 5 pill patterns?" Is a 5 pill pattern fortune pill," she replied with a slight smile. Looking at the excited expression on his face, she said, "Grandfather, go ahead and take a look. I will go back to take a bath and change my clothes. Tell the servants to be strict. Even if the country's lord asks, they are not to say anything." Although the old man did not know what effects the fortune pill had, his heart was currently filled with joy. "You are correct. Based on our Feng Manor's prestige, outsiders will not dare to barge in. Even if it is the country's lord, he would not be able to lower himself to barge into an official's home. You should go change first. Grandfather will go ahead and take a look at the situation." He hurriedly said this. After adjusting his expression, he walked towards the front yard. Seeing this, Feng Jiao also walked towards the front yard and ordered people to prepare water for a bath. At this time, in front of the Feng Manor's main gate, Morong Bo's anger had already reached its peak. He had thought of kicking open the Feng Manor's main gate or jumping over the wall to get in, but his status and pride did not allow him to do such a thing that was beneath his status. However, he could not swallow this anger. Because of this, the atmosphere became extremely tense. At this time, the front door that had been tightly shut opened with a creak. Old Master Feng came out with a smile and a bit of an apologetic expression. As for the stern-faced Feng Xiao, he followed behind him with his head lowered. It was as if he had been scolded. It's all this old man's fault. This old man had Feng Xiao guard the front door and not let anyone in. I really did not think that even the country's lord would be alarmed. I even refused to let the country's lord in. I truly was disrespectful." Old Master Feng repeatedly cupped his hands and apologized. As he spoke, he walked over to the country's lord. "Country's lord, please come in." Old Master Feng gestured for him to enter and stepped to the side to allow him to enter. Bo glanced at Feng Xiao with a gloomy face. He flicked his sleeves and snorted heavily before walking in. Not far away, everyone had different expressions when they saw this scene. Someone rushed forward and called out to Old Master Feng, who was about to step in. "Old Master, please wait." The old man turned around and looked at the two middle-aged men behind him. Seeing that they were the two clan leaders of the big clans in Yinhua City, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter, clan leaders?" Hearing this, the two of them cursed inwardly. Isn't this asking the obvious? How could he not know what they were up to? Even though this was the case, there was not the slightest trace of a smile on his face as he said, "It's like this. We saw 3 bolts of heavenly lightning fall in the Feng Manor's courtyard. I wonder what attracted the heavenly lightning. Old Master, can you satisfy our curiosity?" Old Master Feng stopped and stroked his beard as he looked at the two. His gaze swept past the people who had not come up but were waiting for an answer. He revealed a smile. One sentence was enough to make them choke. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. The two of you are not young anymore. It's best if you don't be curious about things. Seeing Old Master Feng turn and walk in, the two clan leaders' faces turned red. They silently stared at the slowly closing Feng Manor's front door for a long time. Chapter 300. But thinking about it, how could the Feng Manor's position be lower than any of the aristocratic families in Yinhua City? Thinking of the power behind the Feng Manor, the two who were originally a bit angry felt relieved. Even the king had been refused entry earlier, so what could they do? Since the king had gone in, they should know very quickly what had attracted the heavenly lightning. Thus, there was no need to rush. At this time, in the Feng Manor's main hall, the king sat in the main seat with a dark expression. Although he did not say anything, it was clear that he still had a belly full of anger. "King, please drink some tea." After the servant brought the tea and left, the old man gestured for him to sit down. As for Feng Xiao, he stood at his side with his head slightly lowered. Bo glanced at the two, and his expression relaxed. He picked up a teacup with one hand and used the other to gently scrape the tea leaves. After taking a sip, he said in a deep voice, "Speak. What was the matter with the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning?" However, after he asked this, he was met with silence. While drinking the tea, he frowned and looked at Old Master Feng. His eyes were filled with displeasure. "What? You can't say?" Old Master Feng sighed and said apologetically, "King, I really can't say this because this old man doesn't know how to say it." Hearing this, Bo's originally relaxed expression sank again. His sharp and oppressive gaze swept over Old Master Feng and Feng Xiao. "Could it be that you think something that could attract the heavenly lightning is a small matter? Even if martial cultivators want to attract the heavenly lightning, they can only do so when their strength reaches the level of a martial emperor. Now that the Feng Manor has attracted 3 bolts of heavenly lightning, all of Yinhua City has been alarmed. Could it be that you don't owe this lord an explanation? I wonder what kind of explanation the king wants." A gentle voice with a bit of carelessness was heard, easing the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Bo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Feng Qingge, who was dressed in white, walking in with graceful steps. She had an elegant aura and a peerlessly beautiful face. It was no wonder that his most outstanding son had fallen for her. When Old Master Feng saw her, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he sat there with half-closed eyes and sipped his tea. He seemed to have completely let her handle the situation. Seeing this, Feng Xiao moved his lips but did not say anything. He pretended to be dead, just like the old man. Feng Zhou slowly walked into the hall. When he arrived at the center of the hall, he bowed slightly and then stood there quietly looking at Bo, who had occupied the master's seat. Perhaps it was because they had been in power for a long time and had become accustomed to being in charge. They were accustomed to using a commanding tone to give orders, just like the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning that she had attracted. If it was anyone else, they would not dare to ask. After all, this was a matter of the Feng Manor. If they did not say anything, who could do anything to them? After Bo heard her words, he furrowed his brow and said in a heavy voice, "What do you mean by this?" "This lord has come because of the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. You just need to tell this Lord the truth about the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. What's with all this nonsense? Chapter 301. Hearing this, Morong Bo's sharp gaze coldly swept over her. Turning to look at Feng Xiao, he shouted in a deep voice, "Feng Xiao." This shout of Feng Xiao contained the pressure of a strong person and the aura of a superior. Almost as soon as his voice came out, a profound aura visible to the naked eye filled the hall. It was extremely stifling, and it also caused Feng Xiao, who had been doing his best to reduce his presence, to finally walk out. This official is present. Morong Bo could not get angry at old Master Feng, because that was the Feng Manor's old master. Even if he was the ruler of a country, he still had to respect the teachings of his ancestors because old Master Feng was an elder from his father's generation. Even if he got angry, he could not direct it at him. As for Feng Qingge, she was only Feng Zhao's daughter and the Feng Manor's eldest young miss. First, she was not his official. Second, she was not his daughter-in-law. Adding on the fact that she was from the younger generation, rather than getting angry at her, it would be better to directly question Feng Xiao. He glanced at Feng Xiao, who was respectfully bowing, and directly asked, "What is going on with these 3 bolts of heavenly lightning?" This time Feng Xiao raised his head and glanced at Morong Bo. He shook his head with a blank expression. This official also does not know what is going on. He really did not know. When he had heard the heavenly lightning, he had run out of the courtyard and heard the old man's orders. How could he know what was going on with the heavenly lightning? However, this was still his family's matter, and it could not be separated from his precious daughter. Thus, even if he knew, he had to say that he did not know. When the already angry Morong Bo heard this, he immediately slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table. He stood up and left with a gloomy expression without saying a single word. His sudden action caused the 3 people in the hall to be slightly surprised, but they did not say anything. They only watched him leave. "Qingge, what exactly is going on? What exactly were you doing in that room? Why would it attract heavenly thunder?" Feng Xiao asked. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. There were only 3 situations that could attract heavenly lightning. The first was a treasure falling from the sky, the second was a breakthrough in cultivation, and the third was a rare pill. However, all 3 of these situations were inconceivable to him. Therefore, he was a loss. "Lung Shuang, guard the door and don't let anyone get close," Feng Ji ordered. "Yes." The Lung Shuang outside responded and stood guard at the door. Seeing this, Feng Xiao could not help but feel nervous. Looking at his daughter, who had a happy smile on her face, he only felt that a thought in his heart was about to be confirmed. He was a little nervous and a little excited. "Grandfather, father, please take a seat." She gestured and pulled Feng Xiao, who was still in a daze, to a seat. Then, she moved a chair to sit between the 2 of them. She then took out a bottle from her space and poured a pill into her palm. "Look, this is the nature pill. It has 5 elixir veins. It attracted the 3 heavenly thunder." The old man had lived for a long time, but this was the first time he saw a pill with 5 elixir veins. Moreover, it was refined by his granddaughter. At this moment, he could only feel the blood in his body boiling. He was so excited that his face flushed red and his hands trembled. "Good, good, good. Little Feng, you've made grandfather proud." Compared to the old man who could still speak, Feng Xiao was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, and he could only feel the blood rushing to his brain. In the next moment, he fainted because he was too excited. Chapter 302. Old Master Feng laughed and scolded. "What a good-for-nothing." Feng Jiu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He shouted, "Lung Shuang, call 2 people in to help my father back to rest." Lung Shuang, who was outside, responded. She then called 2 guards in and helped Feng Xiao back to the courtyard. In the hall, Feng Jiu handed the bottle of fate pill to the old master. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, this fate pill is for you." "For me?" The old master was slightly stunned, and then he waved his hand. "How can this be? You haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights because of this pill, and you must have destroyed a lot of herbs. You should keep this for yourself. I'm already so old, and this pill is useless to me." "Who said it's useless?" She smiled slyly and said, "Grandpa, you still don't know the effect of this fate pill." She paused and said, "Do you know that a fate pill can remove the impurities left in the body over the years, refine the muscles and bones, and expand the tendons and meridians? Not only that, because the impurities in the body are removed, the bones and meridians will be refined, and the speed of practice will be greatly improved within 2 months. Moreover, Grandpa is now a martial arts grandmaster at stage 8 of the initial stage of the Black Realm. If you take the fate pill, I believe you can break through the threshold of the initial stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm and enter the peak stage in 2 months." Hearing this, the old master's eyes widened in disbelief. He said in surprise, This fate pill really has such a magical effect. Of course, this little pill is made with more than a dozen precious spiritual herbs, and it's a pill with 5 elixir veins. Of course it has such an effect." She smiled and put the bottle in his hand. She said, "Besides, if you don't believe me, why don't you try it? But you worked so hard to refine this one. If you give it to Grandpa, won't it be..." Hearing this, she moved closer to him and mysteriously said, "Grandpa, I'll tell you a secret. I've refined 3 pills. When I get back, I'll give one to Father. The remaining one will be auctioned off in the black market. When the time comes, I'll buy more spiritual herbs and refine more pills." Hearing this, the old man smiled happily and replied, Okay. Grandpa will accept it." Looking at his granddaughter, who was getting more and more capable, he said with gratification, "Little Fong, you're getting more and more amazing. If people knew that she could actually refine a revival pill with 5 pill veins, it would definitely cause 1,000 ripples. She was still so young and didn't know the dangers of the world. If someone with ulterior motives found out and wanted to kill her in the cradle, then, thinking of this, the smile on his face disappeared. He said seriously, "Little Fong, you should know that hiding your strength is better to protect yourself than showing off. You can only trust some of the people you meet. You're still young and already have the reputation of the ghost doctor. If you take out this fate pill with 5 spiritual breaths, it's hard to guarantee that the power behind the black market won't have any evil intentions. Therefore, I suggest that you don't show this fate pill to the world. If you really want to show it, you can't do it in a small 9th-class country like Yari. Otherwise, I'm afraid that once this pill appears, trouble will follow." Chapter 303. How could the old man not understand the hidden meaning behind her words? Since ancient times, what the emperor dislikes the most are officials whose achievements overshadow the emperor's. Moreover, it's a power like our Fong manor. After today's matter, I fear that our Fong family will not be the slightest bit dissatisfied with the emperor. This sort of blatant disregard of the emperor's orders had definitely left a thorn in Murongbo's heart. However, there was nothing they could do about today's matter. If they reported the truth and let him know that the phone girl was the ghost doctor and was also a pill refiner, perhaps the phone girl would definitely be controlled by Murongbo and become the imperial family's pill refiner. After all, as the head of a clan, he was very clear that for those in power, if they knew that such a pill refiner existed, they would definitely pull her into their clan and work for them. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. It was because he deeply understood this principle that when he saw the 3 bolts of lightning, he ordered Feng Xiao to guard the gate. Whoever dared to force their way in was to be killed without mercy. This was because he was very clear that if others knew that his granddaughter could refine pills, even the Feng family would not be able to protect her. It was also because of this that when he found out about her outstanding talent, he only wanted to think of a way to hide this shocking talent of hers. Before she became strong enough, they would do their best to protect her, so that she could conserve her energy and be in the best condition for the day when she shone brightly. And as they had guessed, Murongbo, who had returned to the palace, could not hide the anger in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he swept the things on the table to the ground. With a gloomy expression, he sat down. A murderous intent flashed through his cold eyes. It was so fast that no one could detect it. What exactly was the Feng manor hiding? There were only a few possibilities that could attract 3 bolts of lightning, but no matter which one it was, he could not accept it. The current Feng Manor's power was already too great, especially the Feng Guards. They were already more than enough to surpass the imperial family's imperial guards. This sort of power, if used well, would be a sharp sword against the enemy. If used poorly, the sharp blade would be directed at him. The matter of the 3 bolts of lightning seemed to have passed by peacefully. However, that was not the case. Although nobody went to the Feng Manor to inquire about the matter, they continued to think about it. Even the citizens on the streets would talk about the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning during the day. It was just that although this topic was discussed in low voices, nobody brought it up again. It was as if they had purposely covered it up and ignored it. Even Morong Bo didn't send anyone to inquire about it during this period of time, nor did he summon Feng Xiao. As for Morong Yixian, he had been cultivating in seclusion ever since his engagement with Feng Jiao was annulled, so he didn't hear about this matter. This, Morong Bo. Chapter 304. When Feng Xiao rushed to the Imperial Palace, he was stopped before he could even enter the Imperial Palace. General Feng, the monarch has given orders. The Imperial Edict will be sent to the Feng Manor in a moment. General Feng, please return. 8 Imperial guards blocked Feng Xiao's steps, not allowing him to enter the Imperial Palace. Bullshit. Anger attacked his heart, and he even cursed. His imposing tiger eyes angrily glared at the 8 Imperial guards blocking his way. He shouted in a deep voice, "Get out of my way! I want to enter the Imperial Palace to see the monarch." The 8 people couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "General Feng, please don't make things difficult for us. The monarch ordered us to wait here for General Feng because he doesn't want to see you. If you force your way in, I'm afraid that our heads will roll in the end." With their strength, it was impossible for them to stop Feng Xiao. However, the monarch had ordered them to guard this place and not let Feng Xiao enter because of this. If they let Feng Xiao in, they would have to pay with their lives. Damn it! Feng Xiao was furious. Seeing that the Imperial Palace was right in front of him, but he couldn't enter, this kind of grievance made him want to curse. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the manor, he saw a figure walk out from inside. He immediately shouted, "Third Prince!" Morong Yixian was deep in thought when he suddenly heard Feng Xiao's voice. He raised his head and walked towards him with large strides. "Uncle Xiao, do you want to enter the Imperial Palace to see my Lord Father?" "I want to enter, but I can't." He glanced at the 8 people. Seeing this, the 8 people all lowered their heads. Morong Yixian glanced at the 8 generals and said to Feng Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, let's find a place to talk." "That's fine." Seeing that he couldn't enter the Imperial Palace, he could only try to get information from Morong Yixian. What did the monarch mean by this? He originally wanted to find a restaurant nearby, but felt that it was inappropriate. Thus, he went to the Feng Manor in the end. In the Feng Manor's main hall, without waiting for Feng Xiao to speak, Morong Yixian asked, "Uncle Xiao, is Qingge home? Does she know about this?" "She's not home. She went out and hasn't returned yet." It was because his precious daughter was not home, and the father and son were both in seclusion. That was why he was the only one guarding the Feng Manor. Now that something like this had happened, neither of them knew about it. Initially, he wanted to get to the bottom of this matter before they found out about it. Who knew that he couldn't even meet the monarch? Thinking of this, his stomach was filled with anger again. "What's going on with your father? How can you make such a decision on your own without asking us? If Qingge finds out about this, I don't know what will happen. He's just messing around." Morong Yixian pursed his lips and said, "After I heard the news, I immediately went to the palace to try and stop it. However, I saw that my father seemed to have made up his mind. I'm afraid there's no turning back. Otherwise, he wouldn't refuse to see you. We will never agree to this." Feng Xiao stood up and said to Morong Yixian, "Since I can't meet the monarch, I'll have to ask Third Prince to pass on the message. Our Feng family only has one child, Qingge. How can we agree to this?" Morong Yixian was deep in thought. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice of an imperial decree come from outside. "The imperial decree has arrived. Feng Qingge, receive the decree." Chapter 305. Hearing this, the middle-aged prime minister chuckled. "General Feng, why are you so angry? You have to know that this is a good thing that many people can't even wait for. That Enchanting kingdom is a 6th-tier kingdom. To be able to have a marriage relationship with them is a good fortune that some people can't cultivate for several lifetimes. Moreover, the one who sent people to propose marriage is His Highness the Crown Prince of Enchanting Kingdom. That is the future king of Enchanting Kingdom. Even if it is only to be his concubine, it is still a supreme honor. Bullshit. My Feng Zhao's beloved daughter is going to be someone's concubine? Or is it a supreme honor? Since it is such a good thing, why don't you send your daughter over? Feng Zhao exploded in anger. As he was standing in front of the Prime Minister, he directly sprayed saliva on the Prime Minister's face, causing the Prime Minister's face to turn green and red. The Prime Minister wiped his face and wiped away the saliva that had splashed on his face. He secretly cursed. This Feng Zhao is a complete boorish man. He was secretly angry, but he also remembered the mission of this trip. Thus, he sternly said, "This marriage is not only a matter of your Feng family. It is related to the relationship between the two kingdoms. You have to know that Enchanting Kingdom is a 6th-tier, mid-tier kingdom. Its military strength is not comparable to 10 glorious Sun Kingdoms. If there is any mishap in this marriage, do you know that our glorious Sun Kingdom will be consigned to eternal damnation at any time? Then there is no reason to send my daughter to be someone's concubine. Moreover, I have already promised to let her decide on her marriage. No one can interfere." Seeing that Feng Zhao was being unreasonable, the Prime Minister thought that he had already said all the good things, but talking to this Feng Zhao was simply playing the lute to a cow. He didn't care anymore and said, "Since your daughter is not at home, then it is the same if you accept the imperial edict." As he spoke, he opened the imperial edict and was about to read it out. Who would have thought that his actions would anger Feng Zhao? Without saying anything, Feng Zhao stepped forward and grabbed his collar. "Feng Zhao, what are you doing? Put me down." His strength was not as good as Feng Zhao's. Now he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted up. His feet were off the ground, and his neck was strangled by the collar to the point that he could not breathe. His face was also flushed red. He waved his hands and struggled, but he could not hit him. "I already said that I won't accept this decree, and you still dare to announce it to me?" Feng Zhao angrily cursed. Grabbing him by the collar, he dragged him out and threw him out of the Feng Manor's gates. "Scram back to where you came from. If you dare to come again, I'll break your legs." Once this was said, the Feng Manor's gates were closed with a bang. All that was left were the servants that had been chased out. "Feng Zhao, you brute. I will definitely report you to the monarch." Sitting on the ground, the Prime Minister's robes were wrinkled, and he looked to be in an extremely sorry state. Seeing the Feng Manor's gates close with a bang, he angrily cursed with a red face. After standing up, he straightened his robes and angrily headed for the imperial palace. A few people that were secretly paying attention to the Feng Manor's movements were secretly shocked. Could it be that Feng Zhao wanted to go against the heavens? He actually dared to throw the Prime Minister out? Could it be that he wanted to refuse the imperial edict? In reality, in their eyes, being able to gain the favor of the Crown Prince of Enchanting Country was an extremely good thing. After all, Enchanting Country was not a normal country. Even if she was a secondary princess, her status was definitely different. Chapter 306. From her point of view, aside from Feng Qingji's beauty, her strength was nothing to be proud of. How could a woman that even third Prince Murong Yixian be worthy of Qing Tang Country's crown prince? In Feng Manor, Murong Yixian was also a bit stunned because he didn't think that not only did Feng Zhao not accept the edict, he even threw the Prime Minister out. This was a blatant slap to his father Emperor's face. With his father Emperor's temper, he would probably fly into a rage after finding out. What great glory! My Feng family doesn't need this glory. Feng Zhao angrily returned to the hall. Seeing that Murong Yixian was still standing in the courtyard, he said, "Third Prince, you should also return. Steward, see the guest out." Perhaps it was because Murong Bo's actions made him angry, so he even felt that Murong Yixian was an eyesore. "Uncle Xiao, wait a moment." Murong Yixian stopped him as he was about to leave and said, "Uncle Xiao, My father emperor is the ruler of a country. Your actions today are really inappropriate. My actions are inappropriate, but is your father emperor's actions correct? My Feng family has protected Yaori country for generations. Now, my Feng manor only has Qing Gu as the apple of my eye. He actually didn't even ask for our opinion and directly agreed to this marriage, sending my daughter to be someone's secondary princess. Listen carefully, secondary princess? Who wants to be here? Murong Yixin also didn't feel good and said, I think Father Emperor's actions can't be helped. After all, Qingtung country is a six-tier country. If they put pressure on us, our Yaori country can't withstand it. All right, you don't need to say anymore. In any case, I won't send my daughter to be someone's secondary princess. He waved his hand and didn't listen to him anymore as he walked away. Third prince, please. The steward waiting at the side bowed and gestured for him to leave. Seeing this, Murong Yixin walked out. When he left the hall, his footsteps paused, and he turned to ask the steward, Did your eldest miss say where she went? When will she return? The steward smiled and said apologetically, We servants don't know this. Hearing this, Murong Yixin didn't ask any more and walked out of Feng Manor's door. In the Imperial Palace Bang, after listening to the Prime Minister's report, Murong Bo slammed his hand heavily on the table. He stood up angrily and shouted, Men, capture Feng Xiao and throw him into the prison. The Prime Minister, who was standing at the side, heard this and quickly stopped him. Your Majesty, please calm down. This is absolutely impossible. This Feng Xiao is too presumptuous. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will forget that he is still my subject. Murong Bo's face was full of anger as he said in a deep voice. He openly disobeyed orders and refused to accept the imperial edict. Just this alone is enough to punish him for the crime of disrespect. The Prime Minister sighed and said, But my lord, this Feng Xiao is not a normal person. The entire Feng family is guarded by him. If he is caught and thrown into the imperial prison, it will definitely cause a disturbance in the Feng Manor's power. This really cannot be done. Are we going to let him off so easily, not bickering with him? Then where will this lord's face go? The anger in his heart was hard to quell. Thinking of how he had been rejected outside the door and how he had disobeyed the imperial edict and challenged his authority again, his patience had reached its limit. Chapter 307. Hearing this, Murong Bo began to laugh. Looking at the Prime Minister with praise, he said, It is fortunate that you were at this lord's side to remind me. Otherwise, this lord would have definitely made a wrong decision in a fit of anger. The Prime Minister cupped his hands and smiled, saying, To be able to share the country's worries is this official's honor. As for the other side, Fengjiu, who was refining pills in the Peach Blossom Cove, had a month of practice. She was already familiar with the steps of refining pills and was able to control the flames and spiritual energy. In the past month, she had only refined a single pill with 5 spiritual auras in the Feng Manor's inner courtyard. Because she was worried that it would attract the heavenly lightning and cause a disturbance, she had only refined pills with 5 spiritual auras and below. As for Foundation Establishment pills, they only appeared with 2 spiritual auras or 3 spiritual auras. There were even higher levels. However, they were considered rare goods and were rarely seen at auctions. The spiritual ingredients needed to refine Foundation Establishment pills were not particularly rare. On the contrary, those spiritual ingredients were rather common. However, to refine those spiritual ingredients into Foundation Establishment pills was not an easy matter. She had experimented in the past month. Out of 50 batches of Foundation Establishment pills, she had only succeeded in refining 2 batches. Furthermore, they only had 3 pill markings. 3 pill markings was not something she could use as she was preparing for a perfect Foundation Establishment pill. The lower the pill markings, the more poison there would be, and the medicinal effects would not be too strong. Thus, she needed Foundation Establishment pills with 5 pill markings or higher. Lung Shuang, who had just entered, glanced at his master refining pills in the courtyard and hesitated as to whether or not he should go forward. Putting away the blood-clotting pills he had refined into a bottle, Fengjiu did not raise her head and asked, "What is it? Is something the matter?" As she spoke, she placed the spiritual ingredients on the table into her space. She then put away the pill furnace. "Master, a piece of news has come from the city." She walked forward and said, "What news? Is it related to me?" Fengjiu raised her head and asked Lung Xuan. If it was not related to her, she figured that Lung Xuan would not be so hesitant. "It's related to Master." Lung Xuan paused for a moment before continuing. "The crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom sent someone to the monarch to deliver a marriage proposal, stating that he wanted to marry Master as his concubine. The monarch agreed to this marriage without the permission of Old Master and Old Master." Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. "The crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom? I don't think I know such a person." She was slightly surprised and asked, "What was my father's reaction?" When Old Master heard the news, he immediately rushed to the palace to meet the monarch. However, he couldn't even enter the palace gates. Later, when the monarch sent the prime minister to announce the decree, he was thrown out by Old Master. "That sounds like my dad's style of doing things." She couldn't help but chuckle. However, since the imperial edict didn't work, the monarch issued another imperial edict to inform everyone in the glorious Sun Nation that Mistress was conferred the title of Princess Qingning and the concubine of the crown prince of the Green Soaring Nation. "Princess Qingning," Fengjiu chuckled. "This Morongbo is so sure that I will follow his arrangements. After creating so much trouble, it will be embarrassing if he can't get out of this embarrassing situation." Seeing that she didn't seem to care, Lung Xuan asked, "Master, do you need to go back to the residence to deal with this? I need to cultivate during this period of time, so let's put this matter aside for now. If I don't go back, I don't think you will be able to do anything," she said casually as she took out the pill that she had just refined and handed it to Lung Xuan. Chapter 308. In the next month, I'm going to practice in seclusion. You should pay more attention to the situation at home. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important," she told him and walked towards the courtyard. After Lung Xuan responded, he did not follow her. Instead, he tidied up the things in the elixir department and turned to leave. After returning to the courtyard, Fengjiu took a bath and flashed into the space. Her qi cultivation was only at the martial master level. She planned to raise her cultivation to the peak of the Black Realm in half a month. In this space, there was rich spiritual power to help her practice. Also, her potions could help her improve her strength. What's more, 3 days outside was equivalent to 1 day inside. This time difference was her advantage in practice. Therefore, she was confident that she could break through to the peak of the Black Realm in half a month and reach the Great Martial Mentor. Seeing that the sleeping little fire phoenix showed no signs of waking up, she found a place to sit down and began to practice with her legs crossed. Time passed by without anyone noticing. What caused people to be curious was that the Feng Manor had not made any movements recently. They also rarely saw the Feng family's eldest young miss leave the manor. Only after asking around did they find out that the Feng family's eldest young miss was not in the manor, and Master Feng was in closed-door training. They thought that things would remain calm until Miss Feng returned. Old Master Feng came out of seclusion, where the crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom came in person to break the peace. However, they did not expect that under this peace, there was a murderous intent surging to Old White. "Let's go back home after a walk. Since Xinga is not home, how about I ask someone to give you an extra meal?" On the mountain road, Feng Xiao, dressed in casual clothes, rode on Old White's back and took him for a walk. This was something he had to do every day recently. It was to help his daughter train Old White and reduce the fat on his body. Hearing that there was an extra meal, Old White was very excited. His ponytail swung, and even his rump shook, as if to tell him that this was a good idea and that he liked it. "Ha ha ha ha. Okay, don't move around so that I don't fall off." Feng Xiao laughed heartily as he wrapped his legs around White's abdomen. He patted his head and said, "Actually, you have become much stronger these days. But even so, you can't cheat. You have to know that perseverance is the most important thing." Puffed. White exhaled 2 puffs of air from his nostrils, then stomped his hooves and slowly walked forward. Suddenly, The trees on both sides of the mountain path swayed without any wind, and the lush leaves rustled. This made White, who was originally walking forward, stop in his tracks. He looked around left and right, and with a hiss, he turned around and was about to walk back. Feng Xiao also noticed that something was not quite right. His originally relaxed face darkened at this moment. His sharp gaze swept around the surroundings as he said in a deep voice, "Which friend has come? Why don't you come out and meet us?" As soon as he spoke, the surroundings became still, and it was as if even the wind had become still. However, in the next moment, a sharp arrow shot out from the lush trees with a swish, and it shot towards Feng Xiao, who was riding on Senior White's back with a fierce and murderous aura. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes and dodged the sharp arrow. However, the second and third arrows came one after another with terrifying murderous intent. Clang! Clang! Chapter 309. Swoosh! The sharp arrow barely scratched his sleeve. It did not hurt his skin, but it tore his robe. The opponent's fierce killing intent made him not dare to be careless. He adjusted the Xian energy in his body, looked around, and entered a tense state to fight. After he swept away more than a dozen sharp arrows, 20 to 30 men in black rushed out. The leader was wearing a ghost mask, so people could not see his face clearly. However, the powerful aura on his body made Feng Xiao vigilant and suspicious. This kind of strength was extremely rare even in the entire country of Glorious Sunday. It was not something that could be easily asked to move. Then who was this person? Why did he want to assassinate him? The leading black-clothed man's murderous gaze landed on Feng Xiao. He didn't say anything, but raised his hand and made a gesture. The surrounding black-clothed men rushed towards Feng Xiao in an instant. Long swords containing sharp, profound energy auras attacked Feng Xiao. Sharp swords shot out from all around, emitting sharp killing intent. Streams of sword energy whistled through the air. Those men in black advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Even when they attacked, and some defended. Obviously, they had received strict training. Clang! Feng Xiao waved the big saber in his hand, and a biting cold saber aura attacked with a whoosh, cutting the surrounding black-clothed men, forcing them to retreat a little. He rode on Lao Bai's back and did not want to fight. After opening a path, he shouted in a deep voice, "Lao Bai, let's go." He reined in the horse and was about to run away. However, when he was about to turn around, two masked gray-robed old men suddenly appeared in the air and struck out with their palms with the force of thunder. In an instant, the wind from the palms of the two men cut through the air with a powerful sound of airflow. The aura of Xian energy that was visible to the naked eye filled their palms. They were so fast and fierce that Feng Xiao did not have time to defend or dodge. He was knocked off Lao Bai's back. Bang, bang. Puff. Feng Xiao only felt a splitting pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. The pain seeped into his bones, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His entire body also fell to the ground with a bang. Fresh blood splattered all over Senior White's snow-white fur, like bloody flowers blooming in the snow, dazzling and terrifying. Feng Xiao, who had fallen to the ground, could not stop the momentum and rolled twice. Ignoring the severe pain in his body, he abruptly turned over and stood up. Unexpectedly, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and his whole body powerlessly fell to the ground. There were 20 to 30 black-clothed men around him. The leader of the group was strong, and the two gray-clothed old men who suddenly appeared were far stronger than him. They instantly analyzed the danger of his current situation. The disparity in strength between Feng Shuang and him was too great. There was no chance of victory, seeing that the situation was very unfavorable for him. Feng Xiao did not hesitate to take out a signal flare and shoot it into the sky. He only hoped that reinforcements could come before he was killed. Otherwise, he was afraid that today would be the day he died. Bang! The signal flares that were as gorgeous as fireworks bloomed in the sky like flowers. A single signal flare caused 1,000 ripples. Kill him! Almost at the same time that the signal flare was shot, the leader wearing a ghost mask instantly shouted. However, when that voice was heard, Feng Xiao, who was on the ground, was shocked and looked up at him in disbelief. Chapter 310. At that moment, the people that saw the signal in the sky that clearly formed the character of Feng were all shocked. That's the Feng Manor signal. Could it be that something happened? That place seems to be near Liang Mountain. Ah, someone exclaimed. Something must have happened to General Feng. Recently, he's been riding that strange white horse to the side of the mountain to train that fat horse. Once this was said, quite a few cultivators began to rush towards Liang Mountain. To them, Feng Xiao was the country's general. He was even more straightforward and righteous. If they did not know, it would have been fine, but if they knew, they would definitely help if they could. At the same time, when the people of the Feng Manor saw the signal, their hearts sank. They gathered their men and quickly rushed towards the signal. No one understood the meaning of the signal better than them. The Feng Manor had many kinds of signals, and the one that appeared in the sky was an emergency signal for help. How serious of a situation would the family head need to use this signal for help? The hearts of the Feng Manor's guards were heavy. At the same time that they rushed to help, the housekeeper rushed to the place where the old master was in seclusion, seeing the fatal danger coming towards him. Feng Xiao, who could not even stand up, could not even talk about dodging or blocking. When he moved, his internal organs felt as if they were falling apart. The pain made it difficult for him to even breathe. With the danger approaching and the reinforcements not yet arriving, he could not help but feel a trace of sadness. However, in the next instant, his fighting spirit was ignited once again. Hiss. Old White, who was to the side, neighed and immediately appeared in front of him to protect him. When the two old men attacked, he suddenly raised his hind legs and kicked. Using both legs, he kicked one of the old men away. The old man that had been kicked by the horse's hooves staggered backwards. Because the horse's hooves used a lot of force, he could not even stand steadily. After retreating a few meters, he fell to the ground. Holding his chest that had been kicked, he stared with wide eyes. When he was first kicked, he only felt a strong force, but after a while, he felt as if there was a force spreading out from where he was kicked, causing the blood in his chest to rush to his throat and overflow from his mouth. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth in disbelief, the old man's eyes widened as he stared at the strange horse guarding Feng Xiao with astonishment and shock. The other old man also felt a trace of astonishment at this scene. The hand that was originally going to attack Feng Xiao's throat paused for a moment. In this moment, he saw that strange horse snort out 2 breaths from its nostrils, splashing up a cloud of dust and blurring his vision. In the haze, he saw the horse neighing, raising its front hooves and thrusting out. Bang! There was a hint of pain in his cries. That old man's fall was even more serious than the previous one. His entire body flew out and smashed into the ground. He even spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his own clothes red. Seeing this shocking scene, not only was Feng Xiao, who had thought that he was going to die for sure, stunned, but the group of men in black and their leader were also stunned. What kind of cultivation did those 2 old men have? They were strong cultivators at the peak of martial great master. They had actually been sent flying by a strange horse. Chapter 311. His tiger eyes shot out raging flames as he looked towards the leader of the black-robed men and angrily said, "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." As soon as his voice fell, he waved the big saber in his hand, and a fierce saber aura with a strong, murderous aura attacked the surrounding black-robed men. The saber aura whistled through the air and cut some of the black-robed men who couldn't dodge in time, and broke up their defensive formation. He could still stand up after being injured by a peak martial great master. When the leader of the masked men saw this scene, his eyes slightly widened. Thinking of the thing he drank earlier, could it be medicine? Thinking of this, his heart shook. He didn't even have time to think about where the medicine came from. Instead, he immediately lowered his voice and sternly shouted, giving the order to kill. "Kill him. Don't let him go back alive." Once his voice fell, the surrounding black-robed men quickly surrounded and attacked. Because of the surging profound energy on everyone's body, the sword aura and murderous aura intertwined, forming a low airflow in the air. Kill, 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 kill. Every shout contained an infinite amount of murderous aura. That sound shook the trees slightly, and the sound reverberated in the air. Waves of murderous aura shot towards Feng Xiao, who was surrounded in the middle. The swift and fierce airflow caused small holes to appear on his casual clothes, and traces of the smell of blood permeated the air. Feng Xiao took a big stride forward and stood perfectly straight. With one hand holding the large saber and the other clenched into a fist, he looked towards the sky and laughed out loud. The martial great master's aura from his laughter transformed into a visible airflow that rippled outwards like water. Those black-robed men held their heads and cried out miserably under the aura he released. Some of the sharp swords in their hands instantly fell to the ground. Some rolled on the ground in pain, and some couldn't bear the pressure and started bleeding from their eyes and noses. Their screams were deafening and pierced through the sky, shocking everyone. The ear-splitting and vigorous laughter suddenly stopped. His tiger eyes shot out a sharp ray of light, and his entire body emitted a strong and biting cold battle intent. The large saber in his hand, accompanied by the profound energy in his body, fiercely slashed towards the ground. His deep and vigorous voice was filled with anger as it fiercely roared out. "I'll show you what kind of person I, Feng Xiao, am. I'll show you what it means to hold back 10,000 men alone." Whoosh! Bang! Bang bang! The saber that landed on the ground seemed to cut through the air, making a sharp sound of airflow. When it landed on the ground, the airflow collided with the ground, making a loud sound of airflow and leaving a deep saber mark on the ground. That stream of air continued forward, splitting the men in black into two. In an instant, the thick smell of blood permeated the air. However, before everyone could react, he counterattacked with the large saber in his hand, and his entire body emitted an iron-blooded murderous aura. It was a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura that had been accumulated on the battlefield, and it was the shocking murderous aura of a true iron-blooded warrior. At this moment, Feng Xiao was so ferocious that it made one's heart tremble. He was like an Azura as he waved the large saber in his hand, reaping lives. When the large saber fell, it was accompanied by a fierce roar, followed by the shrill screams of the other party. Chapter 3:12. Because of his bloodthirsty savagery, because of his biting cold battle intent, those black-clothed men could not help but swallow their saliva and retreat. Their hearts were filled with fear and cowardice, and they did not even dare to accept the challenge. When the leader of the masked men saw the men in black retreating in fear, he shouted angrily, "Those who retreat will be killed without mercy." As soon as he said this, even though they were terrified, they had no choice but to fight. Everyone clenched the sharp swords in their hands and shouted loudly to boost their courage. Clang! Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sound of swords clashing rang in the air along with the sharp sound of air currents. Sharp and mournful screams pierced through the air, startling the birds in the trees on both sides of the mountain path and causing them to flap their wings and fly high. As the broadsword fell, blood splashed out and dyed the ground red. As Feng Xiao fought, more and more corpses appeared on the ground. Some of them were headless, and some were chopped in half. The fear on the faces of the black-clothed men before they died was still on their faces. Their eyes were wide open in fear, and they could not close their eyes even when they died. Blood dyed Feng Xiao's robe red. There was his blood, and there was also the blood of the men in black. At this moment, he indeed proved what he had said before. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 men. Every single one of the black-clothed men who stepped forward died under his saber. The masked man could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw such powerful combat strength. Feng Xiao was indeed worthy of the title of General of the Kingdom. But even so, time was ticking away. If his reinforcements arrived, it would be even more impossible for him to kill him. Thinking of this, Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised the sleeve arrow in his hand and aimed at the figure in the battle. Whoosh! The first arrow was shot and missed. Whoosh! The second arrow was shot and grazed his shoulder, but it still didn't hit a vital point. Just as he was about to shoot the third arrow, the two old men who had been slowed down by Lao Bai's kick stood up angrily. They stared at the white horse that was helping Feng Xiao fight and wanted nothing more than to go forward and kill it. However, after the previous scene, they knew that this white horse with a pair of dragon horns was a spiritual beast. Moreover, it was a rare spiritual beast. Therefore, they didn't want to kill it. Instead, they wanted to tame this spiritual beast after killing Feng Xiao. "Stand down. We'll kill Feng Xiao," the two old men said in unison. They raised their hands and motioned for the remaining men in black to stand down. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If they went forward to kill Feng Xiao, they would only be killed. After all, they knew that Feng Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. Almost immediately after hearing the two old men's words, the remaining 7 to 8 black-clothed men couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Seeing that their masters didn't say anything, they secretly retreated. Feng Xiao's fighting strength was too terrifying. They had arrived with 30 people, but now only a few of them were left. If they continued to fight, they would undoubtedly die here. Feng Xiao, who was covered in blood, turned around and swept his sharp gaze across the masked man. His gaze then landed on the two old men. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could deal with two peak martial great masters. But he could stall for time. As long as he could stall for time until reinforcements arrive, he would have a chance to live. Do you want to stall for time until reinforcements arrive? Hee hee, let me tell you, you don't have a chance. Chapter 313. As soon as the pressure of a peak martial great master was released, Feng Xiao, who had already suffered internal injuries, felt the blood in his heart surge towards his throat. He only felt a slight saltiness in his mouth as the taste of blood spread in his mouth, but he forcefully suppressed it. At this moment, the two old men's palms were filled with profound energy as they charged towards him. The speed of a peak martial great master had been raised to the highest point. It was so fast that he could not even see how they had attacked before he was sent flying. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy blows landed on his chest. One of them had used a fist to strike him, while the other had used a palm to strike him. Both attacks contained a powerful, profound energy aura that was fatal and ruthless. Feng Xiao let out a muffled groan as blood spurted from his mouth. As he was sent flying, he felt an unbearable pain in his chest. While he was in a daze, the two old men's figures charged towards him once again. He only felt the wind from their palms striking toward the top of his head. Hiss! Lao Bai hissed angrily. When he saw one of the old men's palms striking towards Feng Xiao's head, he charged forward and fiercely collided with the old man, sending him flying. Damn it! The old man's palm was not able to land in time, and his entire body was sent flying. The horse's strength was so strong that even a martial great master could not withstand Lao Bai's full force charge. His entire body rolled miserably on the ground and fell flat on his back. Bastard! When the other old man saw that the horse had ruined his plans again, he cursed angrily. He kicked a long sword from the ground and held it in his hand. He injected profound energy into it and slashed it towards Lao Bai. Originally, he did not intend to kill it, but it had ruined their plans again and again, so he could not let it live. Lao Bai exhaled 2 breaths from his nostrils, as if he was mocking the old man for overestimating himself. He turned around and swung his tail at the old man. With a puff, a yellowish-brown smoke was released from its buttocks. The yellowish-brown smoke was like a poisonous fog and was extremely smelly. However, just like that, it sprayed onto the old man's face without any warning. It also swung its ponytail and slapped him, causing him to choke and faint. When they saw this scene, the remaining men in black and the masked man in the lead all took a step back in shock, avoiding the yellowish-brown smell that permeated the air. It was also at this moment that the masked man in the lead saw Lao Bai cry out and lie down on the ground. He carried the heavily injured and dying Feng Xiao on his back and ran back. Seeing this, he reacted instantly. He raised his hand and aimed the sleeve arrow at Feng Xiao's back. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, the sleeve arrow shot out fiercely without hesitation. Swish! Feng Xiao, who was already on the verge of death, cried out in pain. A short sleeve arrow was stuck in his back, and his blood turned from red to black. He, who was originally able to sit up, was now lying on Lao Bai's back, allowing him to gallop all the way back. The masked man, who was about to chase after them, faintly heard the arrival of reinforcements. He immediately shouted in a low voice, "Retreat!" As he led the rest of the men to retreat quickly, he looked back unwillingly. Although he did not see Lao Bai die with his own eyes, he had suffered 2 palm strikes from 2 peak martial eminent realm experts, and was even hit by his poisoned sleeve arrow. Even if the Daluo immortal came, he would not be able to save him. When he thought of this, he finally felt relieved. He quickly retreated and disappeared into the mountain path. Feng Xiao. Chapter 314. Hiss! Lao Bai excitedly hissed when he saw the old man appear. No one knew how afraid he was that Feng Xiao would die like this. If he really died like this, wouldn't his master die of grief? In the blink of an eye, the old man came to Lao Bai's side. He looked at his son, who had lost consciousness, with a poisoned sleeve arrow in his back and black blood oozing out. His heart trembled slightly. He carried him from Lao Bai's back, took out an antidote with trembling hands, and forced it into his son's mouth. "Leave a team to search. The rest of you, follow me back to the manor." After saying this, he carried Feng Xiao and quickly rushed back to the Feng Manor. At the same time, Feng Jiao, who was cultivating in the origin space, suddenly felt uneasy. A feeling of panic took over her heart. Her heart thumped violently, as if something bad had happened, making her unable to calm down and cultivate. Thus, she lightly exhaled and flashed out of the origin space. Just as she opened the door, she saw Lung Shuang's expression change as he hurriedly ran in. "Master, something happened at home." Hearing this, Feng Jiao's heart sank. She said, "I'll go back first. You follow me." With that, she had already rushed out. When everyone in Yinhua City saw the old Master Feng carrying an unconscious Feng Xiao with an arrow in his back, the entire Yinhua City was in an uproar. It can't be. It really is Feng Xiao. Who is so daring to assassinate him? He's a martial ancestor. Hiss! It looks like his injuries are not light. There's an arrow in his back. The situation doesn't look good. Everyone discussed in low voices. They didn't expect someone to be able to injure Feng Xiao to this extent. Furthermore, it was in Yinhua City. It could be said that when they saw the scene of Feng Xiao being injured, some of the family heads began to speculate. When old Master Feng carried Feng Xiao back to the manor, the entire Feng manor was in a state of worry and unease. The doctors in the manor were immediately brought to Feng Zhao's courtyard for an examination. Feng Zhao's courtyard was surrounded by a circle of guards, and they were all on high alert. Old master, I'm afraid the patriarch is after the doctor in the manor took the pulse, he was shocked. His face was pale as he knelt down. Even his words were trembling, and he was unable to speak properly. Seeing this scene, the old man's heart sank. He tried his best to calm the panic and worry in his heart. His old voice was slightly deep as he said, "If you have something to say, say it. How is he doing? Not only is the patriarch poisoned, but his internal injuries are also very serious. His sternum has been shattered, and there is blood on his chest. I'm afraid he's doomed." After saying this, the doctor lowered his head, not daring to look at the old man's expression. He said in a low voice, "Also, the arrow in the patriarch's back cannot be pulled out. If it is pulled out, the patriarch will definitely die on the spot." Hearing this, the old man felt like the world was spinning. His entire body swayed. Luckily, Lung Hua supported him, so he did not fall down. "Grandfather, how is foster father?" Guan Shilin's deep and hurried voice came from outside. Following that voice, the door was pushed open, and he quickly walked in from outside. "You can leave first." Chapter 315. "Old master, don't worry. I've already sent a letter to my sister. Master will rush back as soon as he receives the news. With Master's medical skills, Master will definitely be fine. Lung Hua comforted him gently and poured him a cup of tea to calm him down. Guan Shilin walked forward and saw his adoptive father's dark purple lips. He hurriedly asked, "Grandfather, did adoptive father take the antidote before he was poisoned?" "Yes, I gave him the antidote when I found him. Fortunately, I left some with Phone Girl just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold on until he came back." The old man only calmed down after hearing Lung Hua's words. However, he was still worried. After all, Feng Xiao was so badly injured and poisoned. The poison seemed to be very strong. He gave him the antidote, but it still couldn't cure the poison. He could only suppress it. He could only wait for Phone Girl to come back and see if there was any other way. Guan Shilin pondered and said, with adoptive father's cultivation, he could still be injured like this. The other party must be very strong. In Yunus City, who could have such cultivation and become enemies with adoptive father? Old Master Feng shook his head. I brought him back at that time and didn't check the scene. However, I left a team of phone guards to search. I hope they can find some clues. Old Master, the third prince requests an audience. The voice of a phone guard came from outside. Hearing this, the old man said to Guan Shilin, "Go out and take a look. Block them. I don't want to see anyone now." "Yes." Guan Shilin responded and told Lung Hua to take care of the old man. Then he stepped out and closed the door at the same time. Outside, Murong Yishuan, who was blocked outside the courtyard, saw Guan Shilin come out of the room. His eyes flashed slightly. He didn't expect Guan Shilin to have such a close relationship with the Feng family. He was blocked outside, but he could enter and leave freely without any obstruction. Third Prince. Guan Shilin cupped his hands and bowed. He looked at the third prince and said, "Something has happened in the mansion. Everyone is very worried and busy right now. Forgive me for not being able to entertain the third prince." Hearing his subtle dismissal, Murong Yishian didn't argue with him. Instead, he said, "I heard the news that something had happened to Uncle Feng, so I rushed over. My father also sent 2 doctors over to see if they could help. If it's inconvenient for me to go in, then let the 2 doctors go in and take a look at Uncle Feng. Their medical skills are considered top-notch in Yunus City." Hearing this, Guan Shilin glanced at the middle-aged man and the old man behind him. He paused for a moment and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go in and ask." She didn't know when Xiao Jie would come back. If her grandfather didn't have any objections, she could let these 2 doctors take a look at her adoptive father's condition. Murong Yishian nodded and watched him return to that room. Not long after, he walked out. "Please come in." Guan Shilin came to Murong Yishian's side and gestured for him to enter. At this time, Murong Yishian brought the 2 doctors in. When he entered the room, he saw the old man sitting by the bed, tired and worried. Feng Xiao was lying on his side on the bed, facing the outside. His face was dark purple, and his lips were also purplish-black. The situation didn't look good. Seeing this, his heart sank. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Who was so daring? Who dared to hurt Feng Xiao like this in Yunus City? Chapter 316. When the 2 doctors came forward, he bowed in front of the old man and asked, "Grandfather Feng, have you found out who did this?" The old man shook his head and sighed, "No. At that time, I was only focused on bringing Feng Xiao back and did not go to check. Now that he is unconscious and his life is hanging by a thread, how could I have the mind to investigate this? Grandfather Feng, don't worry too much. Uncle Xiao is blessed by the heavens. Nothing will happen to him." He comforted him warmly and looked at the 2 doctors who had retreated after taking his pulse. Seeing that their expressions were grave, he asked, "How is it?" The 2 doctors looked at each other, bowed to them, and said, replying to the third prince, "Old Master, General Feng's injuries are too serious, and there is a blood clot in his chest. There is also a strong poison in his body, and we are afraid. We are not skilled enough to treat him." Murong Yishian heard this and frowned, asking, "Is there no other way?" The 2 doctors pondered and paused for a while, saying, "If we can find the ghost doctor, perhaps there is a chance of survival. However, that ghost doctor is elusive and we don't know where he is. Even if we find him, He is too far away to put out a nearby fire. The patriarch had already heard about it from the physicians in the manor. Now that he heard the two of them say this, he was mentally prepared and didn't feel too shocked. However, his mournful expression still made people's hearts clench. Since there is no way to treat him, please go back. My adoptive father's current state makes it inconvenient for the manor to receive guests. Third prince, please express our thanks to the monarch. As Guanxilin spoke, he gestured for the three of them to leave. Murong Yixian glanced at Guanxilin, then said to the old man, Grandfather Feng, then I will go back first. I will send people to inquire about the ghost doctor's whereabouts. If there is any news, I will immediately send someone to invite him over. You are considerate. The old man nodded and bowed to the three of them before leaving. After leaving the Feng Manor, Murong Yixian had the two doctors report back first. He then went to the black market to inquire about the ghost doctor's whereabouts. If the ghost doctor had already returned to Yunyu City, perhaps Uncle Xiao would have a chance to live. However, on the way to the black market, he saw people from the black market rushing towards the Feng Manor. Seeing this, he paused and turned around to glance at the figure before following them to the Feng Manor. As for the imperial palace, the monarch was asking, How is Feng Zhao's condition? Monarch, General Feng's condition is not good. Not only are his internal injuries, he has also been poisoned. There should be medicine to suppress the poison. Does that mean his injuries are really serious? The monarch frowned and asked. The two doctors looked at each other and paused for a moment before they said, If there's no miracle, he won't survive tonight. How can there be so many miracles in this world? However, they did not know that a white figure had quietly returned to the Feng Manor. Without alerting anyone, she arrived at Feng Zhao's courtyard. Chapter 317. Eldest Miss. The guards knelt down on one knee and saluted her respectfully. Feng Zhao glanced at the guard around the courtyard and ordered, Don't let anyone near this courtyard without my permission. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped inside. Yes, the guards replied. They only stood up after she entered the courtyard. The people in the room quickly came out to greet her when they heard the noise outside. When the old man saw her, he almost cried. Little Feng, you're finally back. Your father, his strong front in front of outsiders, finally collapsed the moment he saw his family, revealing the worry and fear that he had been suppressing. His voice was choked with sobs, and his old eyes were slightly red, with faint tears welling up in his eyes. Feng Zhu strode forward to support him and said guiltily, Grandfather, it's little Feng's fault. She came back so late. No, it's good that you're back. Little Feng, quickly go in and see your father. The old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and pulled her into the room. After entering the room, Feng Zhou quickly walked into the inner room. When she saw Feng Xiao lying on the bed, her expression changed slightly. She strode forward to the bedside and quickly examined him. The more she examined him, the more shocked she became. Seeing her serious expression, the old man, who was supported by Guanxilin, couldn't help but ask worriedly, How is he? Can he still be saved? When he asked this, his heart was trembling. He was afraid that, in the end, it would really be the white-haired person who would send the black-haired person away. The situation is very critical, she said without turning her head. She took out a tool from her space and said, Brother, come and help me. I have to take out the hidden arrow first. Okay, Guanxilin responded and quickly stepped forward. Lung Hua, bring me a basin of water. Yes, Lung Hua responded and quickly turned around to leave. Not long after, he came back with a basin of water. The old man couldn't help, so he could only watch anxiously from the side. Feng Zhou first washed her hands, then tore her father's clothes from the back. She looked at the arrow in the sleeve and frowned. This was a barbed arrow. If it was pulled out directly, it would definitely pull out a large piece of flesh and blood. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped, the situation would be even more serious. Thus, she could only take out a small knife and cut open the flesh beside the arrow while carefully moving the arrow outwards. Fresh blood gushed out, tinged with black spots. Guanxilin watched as the barbed sleeve arrow was slowly pulled out of the wound. When she finally pulled it out, she sprinkled the hemostatic medicine she had prepared on the wound. It took her a whole bottle of hemostatic medicine to stop the bleeding. Feng Jiao simply bandaged the wound on her back. She picked out a sharp and small weapon that looked like a steel pipe from the tools and ordered, "Lay him flat and cut open the front of his clothes." Guan Shilin did as he was told. As soon as he retreated, he saw her immediately stab the sharp weapon in her hand towards Feng Zhao's chest. When he saw this scene, he was shocked and almost cried out involuntarily. A stream of blood spurted out from the steel pipe and splashed onto Feng Jiao's body like a pillar of blood. She used her spiritual power to press it against her father's chest. When she saw that her father's mouth was also bleeding, she pressed down on the place where the steel pipe had pierced his chest. She nimbly pulled out the steel pipe and quickly treated the wound. Chapter 3:18. Old Master. That was the housekeeper's voice. Hearing this voice, the old man steadied his mind and took a deep breath. Only then did he walk out with Lung Hua's support. Opening the door, he saw the housekeeper waiting in the courtyard. He asked, "What is it?" "Old Master, the black market's manager has come. He said that he knew something had happened to the master, so he came to deliver life-saving medicine." Seeing the old master's tired and worried expression, the housekeeper sighed. "How is the master right now?" Hearing this, the old man was startled and asked, "Where is he right now?" "Because of young Master Guan's orders, the gates are closed. This old servant didn't let him in. He's still waiting outside the gates." Just as the old man was hesitating about whether or not to take the medicine, Guan Shilin's voice came from inside the room. "Lung Hua, come in for a moment." Lung Hua complied and had the old man stand properly before quickly entering the room. Not long after, he came out again and whispered a few words into the old man's ear. "How about this? Bring him to the main hall. I'll go take a look." The old man said and indicated for the housekeeper to bring him in. However, the housekeeper didn't leave. Instead, he hesitated and asked, "Old Master, the third prince is also waiting outside. Should we let him in?" "Let him go back first. Tell him that the manor doesn't have time to entertain anyone. No matter who comes, we won't see him." The old man waved his hand and said, "Yes." The housekeeper responded before heading out. "You stay. See if there's anything you need help with." The old man said to Lung Hua and indicated for him to stay. As he walked out of the courtyard, he paused and said to the guards around the courtyard, "The eldest young Miss return is not to be made public." The guards were startled, but they still replied in unison, "Yes." Because they were guarding the courtyard, the manor's servants couldn't come over. Thus, the matter of the eldest young Miss return was probably only known by them. Outside the Feng Manor's gates, because of Feng Zhao's accident, the news spread like feathers all over the sky. Almost everyone in the city knew about it. All the major forces and clans were concerned about Feng Zhao's safety. After all, although the Feng Manor had side branches, the only direct descendant was Feng Zhao's branch. Adding on the fact that the Feng Master was already old and had not broken through after being a martial ancestor for many years, Feng Zhao did not have a son, only a daughter. If he fell, then the Feng Manor would be in imminent danger. Thus, when everyone saw that the manager of the black market had come to the Feng Manor, they were a bit surprised. Could it be that Feng Zhao had connections with people from the black market? The moment something happened to him, people from the black market rushed over to deliver medicine. However, if it was the black market, he might be able to keep his life. After all, the black market in Yunhua City was only a small branch. Even so, there should be many precious and life-saving medicines in the black market. However, would the black market give such precious life-saving medicines to the Feng Manor for nothing? The Feng Manor's gates creaked open once more. The housekeeper appeared at the entrance and respectfully invited the manager of the black market out. He then said a few words to Murong Yixian before closing the gates once more. Feng Manor's main hall. Old Master Feng. The manager saluted Old Master Feng. "Manager Yan." The old man returned the salute and gestured, "Please sit." Chapter 3:19. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Steward Yan. This is really timely help. Regardless of whether my son can survive this disaster or not, I will bring gifts to thank you another day." "Old man, you're too polite. Steward Yin smiled and handed 2 bottles of medicine to him, saying, "One of these is for internal injuries, and the other is for antidotes. Old man, quickly take these and give them to General Feng. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. The old man hurriedly asked the steward to send him out, and he took the medicine to Feng Zhao's courtyard. When he came back to the room, it seemed to have been cleaned up. On the bed, Feng Zhao's blood-stained robe had been changed by Guan Shilin and Leng Hua. Perhaps because the blood in her chest had been released, although she was still unconscious, her breathing was not as weak as before. "Feng girl, how is your father? Is his life in danger?" The old man came to Feng Zhou's side and asked worriedly. Feng Zhou took a sip of the hot tea Leng Hua brought over. After taking a breath, she said, "Grandfather, don't worry. He's not in danger at the moment. However, whether he can escape danger or not depends on whether he has a fever tonight. If the fever doesn't subside, then his life may be in danger." "Then what if he really has a high fever?" The old man's face was slightly pale, and he felt his heart tighten. "I'll stay here tonight," she said gently and comforted him. "Grandfather, don't worry too much. It'll be fine." Hearing her say this, the old man didn't say anything even though he was worried. Instead, he took out the 2 bottles of medicine and handed them to her. "This is from the black market Steward Yin. 1 bottle is for internal injuries, and the other bottle is for antidotes. Can they be used?" Feng Zhou shook her head. "I've already given my father the antidote pill and the 9 turns inner pill. The effect is much stronger than the medicine. He doesn't need to take any other medicine now. Grandfather, keep these 2 bottles of medicine." Guan Shilin saw that her clothes were still stained with blood and said, "Xiaojiu, I'll keep watch here. Go back and change your clothes first." "All right, little Feng, go back and wash up first. We'll keep watch here." The old man looked at her tired expression and said with pity, "You must have rushed back as soon as you heard the news. It took less than 2 hours to get here from Peach Blossom Cove. In addition, you also treated your father. You must be exhausted. Take a bath and rest before coming back. I'm afraid I can't leave you here at night." "Okay, I'll come over here to rest for a while." She smiled and got up to walk out. Then she paused and said, "Grandpa, don't make a fuss about my return. I'll come back later and tell you in detail about the attack on father." The old master nodded and said, "Grandfather knows. I've already instructed them. You don't have to worry." Hearing this, Feng Zhou headed back to his courtyard in the imperial palace. "What? You're saying that the black market's steward sent medicine to Feng Xiao?" Murong Bo's heart tightened when he heard this in the main hall. He didn't even feel that his voice was a bit louder. Murong Yixian, who was standing in the middle of the hall, was slightly surprised when he saw this. He glanced at his lord father and nodded. "This son has asked Manager Yin. He said that he was entrusted by the ghost doctor before she left to take care of the Feng family." Murong Bo steadied his emotions and asked, "Then is Feng Xiao out of danger now?" "Son doesn't know because I can't enter." Chapter 320. Hearing this, Murong Yixian fell into deep thought. Looking at him, he said, "Father King, son feels that it's best if father doesn't go at this time." "HM? What do you mean?" Murong Bo looked at him and asked. "Father King, think about it. At this time, General Feng is in a life and death situation. The Feng Manor will definitely not receive guests. Also, with this kind of thing happening, it's not just them. There are also many large powers and clans in the city that will be paying attention to the Feng Manor's movements. Father King has already sent doctors to visit and express your concern. Thus, son feels that it's best if father doesn't go." "You mean to say that if I go again, I'm afraid that I'll be suspected of being the mastermind behind the assassination of Feng Xiao?" He raised an eyebrow, and his sharp gaze fell on his son. Murong Yixian lowered his gaze and did not directly reply. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "Son only feels that it's not appropriate for Father King to go to the Feng Manor right now." Hearing this, Murong Bo fell into deep thought. His gaze paused on him for a while before moving away, saying, "What you say is reasonable. Since you don't want to go to the storehouse and pick out a few medicinal ingredients to send over. Who knows, they might be able to use them." "Yes, Murong Yixian replied, and watched him walk out with his hands behind his back. He looked thoughtfully at his father's back as he left. His heart faintly felt uneasy, and a serious expression appeared on his handsome face. He could only hope that his guess was wrong, and that this matter really wasn't done by him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. As for the other side, in the Feng Manor in Feng Zhao's courtyard, in a room, the old man, Feng Jiu, and Guan Shilin were sitting around a table and discussing the matter of Feng Xiao being attacked. After elimination and analysis, the final result was hard for the old man to believe. No, it can't be. How is that possible? Maybe we guessed wrong. The old man didn't want to believe it, because the answer was too hard for him to accept. Feng Jiu sighed. With our Feng Manor strength, there aren't many people in the entire country of Glorious Sun that dare to go against us. Furthermore, this assassination attempt happened in the capital of the country, Cloud Moon City. It's hard for me not to be suspicious. Maybe someone from another country tried to assassinate your father. Maybe. Before he could finish, Feng Jiu interrupted him. Yes, that might be possible. However, there hasn't been any war between us and the Glorious Sun Empire in recent years. Therefore, the possibility of them suddenly attacking you isn't high. She paused and said, another thing is, there are not many people in Yunhua City who can accurately grasp father's recent lifestyle and have the ability to injure him like this. I believe grandfather knows. Although there are no useful clues left at the scene of the battle, who else but the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Murong Bo, can summon 20 to 30 such experts at once? Grandfather, don't forget that since ancient times, rulers have always been suspicious. Moreover, our Feng Manor's current strength is indeed enough for him to be wary of. If he wants to weaken our Feng Manor's strength, how could he not want to kill us? Her voice was faint, but every word of her analysis was reasonable, hitting the nail on the head. A tall tree attracts the wind, a big name attracts disaster, and a high merit overshadows the master. The Feng Manor was currently living up to this saying. Chapter 321. When your father wakes up, if the person who assassinated him is really the monarch, then we'll hand over our power. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that he thought of handing over power. Seeming to see her confusion, the old man sighed and explained, back then, your great-grandfather left a will. If the next generation really comes and wants to kill the Feng family, then it's time for us to hand over our power and go into seclusion. Your great-grandfather and the monarch's grandfather were life and death friends. He left a message that the descendants of the Feng family should not be enemies with the Murong family. If he wants to kill us, then we won't fight back? She frowned slightly. She disagreed. Your great-grandfather is naturally not that kind of foolish person. He once said that he can only do it once, but not twice. If he is not willing to give up after retreating, then there is no need to care about the old relationship. Therefore, when your father wakes up, if it is really as you said, then we will hand over the power as a sign of concession. Speaking of this, he sighed, I only hope that we guessed wrong. If it's true, then it's too disappointing. Feng Jiu was silent for a long time. Then he said, Grandfather, no matter what, we have to wait until father is out of danger. You're tired today. Go back and rest. My brother and I will guard here. Yes, grandfather. We'll guard here, Guan Shilin said, and said to Leng Hua beside him, help the old man back to rest. Yes. Leng Hua responded and stepped forward to hold the old man's hand. He said softly, Old man, let me take you back to rest. Okay, then I'll go back and rest. I'll come back later. The old man stood up and said, I was cultivating in seclusion. I was almost able to break through, but I didn't expect this to happen. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, although grandfather hasn't broken through the martial grandmaster peak and entered the martial emperor realm, at least he has entered the martial grandmaster peak stage 3 of the black realm. This kind of strength may be the best for now. The old man nodded. That's right. Now that something like this has happened to our mansion, if I were to break through to become a martial emperor at this time, I'm afraid. Sigh. Let's talk about it later. He sighed and walked out. That night, Feng Jiu stayed by Feng Zhao's side. Just as she was worried, He was indeed burning up because of his wounds. Fortunately, she was prepared. While helping him reduce his fever, she also changed the dressing on his wounds. Finally, his body temperature returned to normal in the second half of the night. Xiao Jiu, Godfather's temperature has returned to normal. You should rest for a while. He poured a glass of water for her. Seeing that she had been busy in front of the bed all night without stopping, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. She was only 16 years old, but she had already shouldered the entire Feng Manor's burden. She had to treat her father's illness, take good care of her grandfather, stabilize the entire Feng Manor, and prevent the country's ruler from taking action against the Feng Manor. Even he felt distressed seeing her like this. She sat down by the bed and helped her father pull up the blanket. Although his body temperature has dropped, his internal injuries are extremely serious. The poison in his body hasn't been completely removed. I don't know if he can wake up tomorrow. Chapter 322. At this time, there was a light knock on the door, and Lung Shuang's voice came from outside. Master, come in. Feng Jiu and Guan Shilin went to the table outside and sat down. They saw Lung Shuang, dressed in black, walk in with a tray in his hands. Master, young master, this is bird's nest porridge that the head of the household had people make. He placed 2 bowls of bird's nest in front of the two before retreating to the side. Has my grandfather gone to sleep? Feng Jiu ate the bird's nest porridge while asking. Hua is keeping watch at the head of the household. He said that he has already gone to sleep. Lung Shuang spoke, then paused. The 6 Phoenix guards have arrived and are waiting outside. They want to see Master. Feng Jiu ate the bird's nest porridge and moved the bowl to the side, saying, have them stay in the manor for now. When I have time, I will see them again. Yes. Lung Shuang complied and went out to pass on the message. After the 6 people waiting outside heard this, they looked at each other and left first. When they heard that something had happened to the head of the household, they had rushed back. They originally thought that the eldest young miss was not there, but who knew that she had also returned. However, they did not know how the head of the household was doing. Had he passed the critical period? Although the 8 people had left the courtyard, they did not go far. Instead, they stood guard around the courtyard like the guards in the manor, silently guarding it. That night, not to mention Feng Jiu and the others, even Morong Bo, who was in the imperial palace, was unable to sleep. He had been worried the entire night. He did not know how Feng Xiao was doing. Had he died, or had he not died? At that time, he had been able to hear his voice. If he had not died, then perhaps, thinking of this, he stood up and paced back and forth in his bedroom. He was restless and could only hope that the sun would rise soon so that he could send people to inquire about the situation. Originally, he had wanted to send people over tonight to prevent any future trouble, but after hearing that the Feng Manor was being strictly guarded, he gave up on that idea. If he sent people over to assassinate him tonight, he feared that it would arouse their suspicions. After thinking it over, he could only give up on that idea. Just like them, Morong Yixian, who was in the Wangfu, couldn't sleep tonight. Today, his father's expression and actions made him somewhat suspicious. He was afraid that the attack on Feng Xiao really had something to do with him. If that was the case, no, perhaps he had guessed wrongly. Perhaps his father would not do something so impulsive and reckless. However, there was a voice in his heart telling him that he was most likely the one who did it, because he wanted to kill Feng Xiao at that time. If Feng Xiao had died at that time, then everything would have been under his control, and there would have been no such anxious and worried situation. The various factions in Yinhua City were all deep in thought. If Feng Xiao fell, what would happen to the Feng Manor? If Feng Xiao fell, would the Feng Manor belong to the imperial family, or would it be taken over by one of the Feng Manor side branches? After all, without Feng Xiao holding down the entire Feng Manor, just the old Master Feng and the 16-year-old Feng Qingge would not be able to protect the large Feng Manor. As for what would happen to the Feng Manor in the end, they were all very curious. Thus, they were all paying attention to Feng Zhao's life or death. Until the next day, when the sun rose, almost every family and faction had sent people to inquire about the situation. What was strange was that there were no mournful cries coming from the Feng Manor. There were no white lanterns hanging in front of the gates, and there was no news of Feng Zhao's death. Then, was he alive? Chapter 323. Almost everyone was craning their necks to look at the Feng Manor, hoping that some news would come out. However, if the Feng Manor did not deliberately release the news, they would not be able to find out anything. This was because the Feng Manor's guards, servants, and male servants were all carefully selected. Apparently, the servants and male servants were separated into the inner and outer courtyards. The people from the outer courtyards were not allowed to set foot in the inner courtyards. They could only wait in the front areas. Because of this, if they wanted to find out about the Feng Manor, they really needed to release the news. Otherwise, they would have worked for nothing. However, the matter of Feng Xiao being attacked was known by the entire city. There were also doctors who said that he would not live past last night. Then, regardless of whether he was alive or dead, the Feng Manor should have released some news. That was why they only needed to wait for the news to be released. However, this news was not released until noon. What? Feng Xiao did not die, but fell into a coma and became a living corpse? What is the difference between that and death? Yes, he didn't die. I heard that the medicine from the black market saved his life. However, due to the poison seeping into his internal organs and his sternum being shattered, he fell into a coma. I heard that there's no chance of him waking up. Hearing this, one person asked, "Is this true or false? If he really became a living corpse, then it would be better to just die. Isn't that so? Say, he is a mighty general and a martial ancestor expert. Now that he has become like this, it really is a fate worse than death." Another person sighed and shook his head regretfully. If General Feng falls, I'm afraid that the Feng Manor will. Another person heard this and laughed, saying, "What happens to the Feng Manor has nothing to do with us. Since ancient times, this sort of thing has happened many times. I estimate that once this news spreads, the Feng Manor's side branches will definitely become chaotic." The Feng Manor side branches? This Feng Manor is already different from other families. They have already split up. Even if there are side branches, they should not get involved, right? That is hard to say. With Feng Xiao falling, only Master Feng and eldest young Miss Feng remain. It's not like you don't know. Doesn't Master Feng have amnesia? Although there have been no reports of it acting up recently, no one knows when it will act up. In addition, eldest young Miss Feng is only 16 years old. Her strength is lacking and she is young. How could she control everyone in the Feng Manor? As I see it, I reckon that the Feng Manor's troubles are about to come. It's hard to say. Didn't eldest young Miss Feng already receive the Feng command? With the Feng guards listening to her orders, who would dare cause trouble? If they don't have strength, who would obey a little girl? Who doesn't know that in this world? If you don't have the strength, do you think you can use a chicken feather as a token of authority? You really are too. On this side, everyone was discussing. On the other side of the palace, after hearing the news, Murong Bo's heart, which had been hanging for an entire night, finally relaxed. He sat down on the dragon throne and asked the secret guard below, "Is this true? That Feng Xiao really became a living corpse?" This subordinate has heard that this is indeed the case. As for whether it is true or not, because I cannot get close to the Feng Manor, I do not know. The hidden guard respectfully reported. Chapter 324. As Feng Jiu did not sleep at all last night, Grandfather Hua took his place in guarding the room this morning, while she went back to her room to catch up on sleep. As for the news that was spread, it was naturally spread after she, Grandfather Hua, and Guan Shilling discussed it. What would happen after the news was spread? They did not intend to bother with it at the moment. Therefore, after noon, the family clan sent people to deliver medicinal herbs to the door one after another. When I wanted to visit Feng Xiao, they were all dealt with by the old man. Most of these people wanted to check on Feng Xiao's condition, so Grandfather Hua naturally could not let them all see Feng Xiao. However, he did let the housekeeper bring 1 or 2 people to visit the unconscious Feng Xiao. Sigh. Old Master Feng, don't worry too much. As for General Feng's life, even if he is unconscious, there will be a chance for him to wake up. One of the family heads sighed softly and could only comfort him this way. Another family head nodded and said, "That's right. If our country of Glorious Sun does not have a skilled doctor, we could try to find one from other countries. Needless to say, if we can find the ghost doctor and get him to treat General Feng, there may be a chance for him to wake up. Right now, we can only spread the news and visit famous doctors. If we can find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, then this old man can be relieved. However, my son's situation now, Sai. He sighed and shook his head, his face full of helplessness and sorrow. Old master, the monarch is here. The housekeeper was waiting at the door and reported. Grandfather Hua went out to welcome him, leaving only Lung Hua at the bedside. The other two family heads looked at each other and went out to welcome him as well. Greetings to the monarch. Grandfather Hua cupped his hands and bowed, but before he could bow, Murong Bo helped him up. Old master, you don't have to be so courteous. How is Feng Xiao? After helping Grandfather Hua up, he asked. His tone was concerned, and his expression was worried, as if he was worried about his subordinate. Grandfather Hua shook his head with reddened eyes, his expression full of unconcealable sorrow. Fortunately, the steward of the black market sent over a life-saving medicine. Even so, he only managed to keep his life, but he has not been able to wake up. I'm afraid he will never wake up. Speaking of this, his voice choked and he raised his sleeve to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. Old master, don't worry. I brought 2 doctors today and let them take a look at General Feng. Perhaps there will be a way. This old man thanks the monarch first. He cupped his hands and said. After the 2 patriarchs bowed, he invited them to enter together. Under the monarch's signal, the 2 doctors stepped forward again and carefully examined him. They were even more surprised. When they came yesterday, Feng Xiao only had a sliver of life left, and he would not be able to last through the night. But today, although he looked the same as yesterday, his breathing was much stronger. It was obvious that he had managed to catch his breath and preserve his life. This made them feel even more curious about the medicine sent over by the black market. That medicine actually had the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Someone who was clearly about to die could still be brought back to life. The 2 retreated from the bedside and came before the monarch, respectfully reporting, Monarch, although General Feng's life has been preserved, his internal injuries are too severe and the poison has not been cleared yet. As a result, he is unable to wake up. If we can find the ghost doctor, perhaps there will be a day when he will wake up. Oh, it's like that? Chapter 325. Hearing this, the 2 masters in the room turned to look at the old man. They hadn't forgotten that the monarch had arranged a marriage for Feng Qingge. Although in the eyes of everyone, Feng Qingge marrying the crown prince of Qingtang Kingdom as a concubine was marrying into a higher position. In the eyes of Feng Xiao, being a concubine was an insult to his precious daughter. That day, Feng Xiao flew into a rage over this matter and even grabbed the prime minister's collar and threw him out. It was obvious that he didn't agree to this marriage. But now, Feng Xiao had fallen and Feng Qingge had yet to return home. Who knew how this marriage would turn out? Thinking of this, the 2 masters quietly looked at the monarch and the old man. The old man's expression was still mournful as he said, I only sent a letter to tell her to come back quickly. I didn't tell her that something happened to her father. If she knew, who knows how worried she would be. Hearing this, Murong Bo didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, Old man, don't worry too much. It's not easy for Feng Xiao to be alive. This monarch believes that if we can find a good doctor, he will definitely be cured. I accept the monarch's auspicious words. The old man lowered his head slightly and cupped his hands. There was no sorrow in his eyes, only sorrow and anger. However, that sorrow and anger had disappeared without a trace when he raised his head. It was as if it had never appeared, making it impossible for anyone to notice. The few of them chatted for a while. After Murong Bo left, the 2 masters also took their leave. After sending everyone away, the old master returned to Feng Xiao's courtyard with a sullen face and sat down without saying a word. The several Phoenix Guard captains who were guarding in the shadows looked at each other strangely. Say, since eldest miss has returned, why did she say that she hasn't returned yet? The old man must have his reasons for saying this. Why do I feel that it was eldest miss' idea? Speaking of master, I didn't expect that her face would recover this time. There isn't a single blemish on her face. Hearing him call him master, The others looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. It seems that young Mrs. Beating has really subdued you. The blue-robed man glanced at them and said with a smile, "Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. You should know that if you don't listen to the advice of your elders, you will suffer a loss." As he said this, he saw Fengjiu, who was dressed in plain white, walk over. "Look, it's Master." The blue-robed man revealed a smile. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Luo Yu greets Master." Fengjiu's footsteps paused slightly. He glanced at him and revealed a faint smile. "It's you." He grinned. Master still remembers this subordinate? Didn't I beat you up last time? She raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Her gaze swept over the people who were walking over. She didn't say anything else and walked into the courtyard. "Grandfather," she called out, and the old man sitting in the courtyard looked up. "Little Feng girl is here?" The king and the others just left. The old man stood up and asked, "Do you want to see your father?" "Come, grandfather will accompany you in." "All right," she replied, and left Lung Shuang outside to guard while she followed the old man into the room. Once the door was closed, no one knew what she was doing inside. The people who were stopped by Lung Shuang could only guard outside the courtyard. Only Luo Yu shamelessly asked Lung Shuang all sorts of questions. Chapter 326. Stand guard outside the courtyard. Lung Shuang frowned as he watched the blue-robed man walk in. Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes flickered as he said, "Master didn't tell me to stand guard outside the courtyard." He glanced at the closed door and grinned. "Don't worry, we're all on the same side." Lung Shuang frowned as he saw Luo Yu swagger to the table in the courtyard and sit down. Luo Yu began to drink tea and eat the pastries on the table. Thinking of his master's previous words, he didn't ask Luo Yu to leave. Instead, he stood guard in the courtyard and didn't allow them to take half a step closer to the room. When the others saw this, they were slightly surprised. After looking at Lung Shuang for a moment, they also looked at the tightly shut door and fell in a deep thought. In the room, the old man accompanied Fengjiu to the inner room. Lung Hua stood guard by the bed, while Feng Xiao lay unconscious on the bed. "Master!" When Lung Hua saw her, he respectfully bowed and retreated to the side. Fengjiu sat down by the bed and checked her father's pulse. Then, she took out silver needles from her space and unsealed the acupuncture points that she had sealed. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the unconscious Feng Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When the old man saw this, he couldn't hide his joy. He looked at Fengjiu with reddened eyes and finally put down the stone that had been hanging in his heart. This morning, little Feng told him that her father had woken up. When he came to see him, he found that he had fallen asleep again. Later on, he saw little Feng use a few silver needles to prick his body a few times. He saw that he was unconscious until everyone came to visit him. Although he didn't see him wake up, he believed Feng Er's words and did as she said. Now that he saw the unconscious Feng Xiao wake up, one could imagine the excitement in his heart. "Feng Xiao, you scared us to death." The old man choked with sobs and sighed in relief. Feng Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but his breathing was still weak. He only moved his lips, but no sound came out. "Father, don't worry. His body will recover slowly," Fengjiu said softly. "Although his injuries are serious, everything will be fine once he wakes up. As long as he recuperates, he should be able to get out of bed and walk around in a month." His injuries were serious. His chest had been shattered and all his internal organs were damaged. If she wasn't skilled in medicine and had studied medicine and medicinal pills, such injuries would be incurable. However, with her medical skills in medicinal pills and medicines, she could recover about 50 to 60% of his body in a month's time. Of a month, there. Okay. I'll listen to you." The old man nodded repeatedly. He turned around and instructed his subordinates to block anyone who came to visit. At this time, the door was knocked twice and a figure walked in. "Xiao Jiu, I brought the porridge." Guan Shilin came in with a small bowl. Seeing that the old man was also there, he called him grandfather. When the old man heard that he was bringing food for Feng Xiao, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Jiu, can your father eat porridge now?" His chest injury is so serious, I'm afraid. Chapter 327. As she poured the kanji, Guan Shilin carefully helped Feng Xiao up from the bed. This allowed Feng Jiu to feed him the kanji. She brought the kanji to the bedside and blew on it to cool it down before feeding it to him. While feeding it, she said, "Father, there's some spiritual liquid inside. Aside from healing your organs, it can also restore your strength and stabilize your body's breathing. Be careful, it's hot." The old man watched from the side as Feng Jiu carefully took care of him. He could not help but smile and nod to himself. Who said that only men were good? Who said that only men could carry the family's glory? The things that men could do, women could do as well. In fact, they could do it even better. Even if his Feng Manor's main branch only had a single child, Feng Girl, he did not need to worry about her from a young age. Being filial to her elders was not a problem. Now that something like this had happened in the Feng Manor, if it was a man, he feared that he would not be able to handle the pressure and would panic. As for her, a 16-year-old girl, she had shouldered it all. She had used her delicate shoulders to support the entire Feng Manor, holding up the sky for them. Thinking to this point, his heart was filled with emotion. He felt both proud and distressed. "Father, you should sleep a little longer," Feng Jiu quietly said. After feeding him a bowl of kanji, he had Guan Shilin lay him down to rest. Only Leng Hua remained to watch over him, and the three of them left the room. "Grandfather, brother, let's talk in my courtyard." She looked at the two of them and said, "Okay." The two of them replied and nodded. Feng Jiu looked at Luo Yu and the others in the courtyard and said, "You guys stand guard in the courtyard. Without my permission, no one else is allowed to take half a step into the room." They looked at each other and replied in deep voices, "Yes." After telling the Feng guards to stand guard in the courtyard, they all went to her courtyard. On the other side, in the imperial palace, Murong Bo, who had returned to the palace, looked at the two elders standing in the middle of the hall. Slightly hesitant, he asked, "What do you think? Is that Feng Xiao really unconscious and has become a living dead?" It was not that he was suspicious, but that this matter was somewhat inconceivable to him. They thought that Feng Xiao was dead for sure, but who knew that the black market would send him a life-saving medicine that saved his life? Another thing was that they thought he would wake up after saving his life, but they didn't expect him to fall into a coma and become a living dead. Although this was a good thing for them, for some reason, there was still a trace of indescribable irritation and uneasiness in their hearts. The two elders in the palace looked at each other and pondered for a moment before saying, "Monarch, Feng Xiao was hit by each of our palms. At that time, we used almost 70% of our strength. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Only this Feng Xiao could hold on until now. However, we believe that even if he didn't die, he is not far from death. After all, his internal organs must have been damaged after receiving 2 palms. Even the gods can't save him." Perhaps Murong Bo wanted to seek affirmation from them so that he could be reassured. At this time, when he heard the two of them say this, his hanging heart finally relaxed. "Yes, I also think so." He nodded and smiled. "These 2 days have been hard on the two of you. It is our fortune to be able to share the monarch's burden," but that the two of them paused slightly and hesitated. They looked like they had something to say, but didn't know whether they should say it or not. Seeing this, Murong Bo's expression slightly changed, and he smiled. "If the two of you have something to say, please say it." Chapter 328. That strange-looking horse was definitely a spiritual beast. However, they were unable to determine its rank and breed. However, for it to not fear their martial ancestor pressure and killing intent, they believed that its rank was definitely not low. If they could obtain it, they would definitely tame it and make it their spiritual beast mount. After all, they had never encountered a spiritual beast with such intelligence and battle capabilities. Ever since that battle, they had always wanted to obtain it. Hearing the two's words, Murong Bo was slightly startled. "You want that horse?" Based on what this lord knows, that horse called Old White was brought back by Feng Qingge when she went out to train. If you want her to give it away, I'm afraid that it's not very likely. From that battle, he knew that the horse was not normal. After all, 2 peak martial ancestor experts have been sent flying by its 2 hooves. Would a normal horse have the ability to do that? However, he was a dignified monarch. Wanting to steal her mount was something that he could not say. With Feng Xiao gone, only Old Master Feng and Feng Qingge remain in the Feng Manor. Of the 2, one is old and the other is young. The old one has a bit of amnesia, and the young one does not have much strength. After a few days, they might not even be able to protect the Feng Manor. How could they protect a horse? If it's not easy for Lord to speak now, it would be better to wait a little longer. This old man feels that if Lord speaks, Feng Qingge will not dare to disobey. After all, with Feng Xiao gone, things are different now. Hearing this, Morongbo's heart was slightly moved. He smiled and said, "That's fine. Then we'll wait a little longer. When the time is right, this lord will definitely give that horse to you too. If that's the case, then we'll thank Lord first." The 2 cupped their hands and bowed. Smiles appeared on their faces. From her point of view, this matter was not too difficult. With Feng Xiao gone, would the Feng Manor not become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? It was only a horse. When the time came, even if she wanted to protect it, she would not be able to. At the same time, the 8 Feng guards guarding Feng Zhao's courtyard were seated together. However, their thoughts were focused on the tightly shut door. "Do you think the patriarch is really unconscious?" One of them asked curiously. "That should be the case. Didn't the monarch bring a doctor to check on him? What's more, I heard that patriarch was severely injured at that time. It's already not bad that he's still alive. But why do I feel like something isn't quite right? Why don't we go in and take a look?" Someone suggested with a hint of eagerness in his voice. "I advise you not to have such thoughts. Master has just instructed that no one is allowed to enter without his permission." Luo Yu, who was dressed in blue, was leaning against a tree in the courtyard with his arms around his waist as he stared at them. His voice was indifferent, and there was no trace of his usual joking expression on his face. "But we don't know about the family head situation, so we can't be at ease. What's more, Famlin's medical skills are pretty good. Wouldn't we be able to find out about Patriarch's condition if we let him take a look?" Fan Lin, who was dressed in white, thought for a while and said, "It's not good to go in without the permission of the First Miss and the Old Master. I think we should forget about it. We will know what we need to know. If they don't want us to know, it's best that we don't ask." Chapter 329. As soon as he said that, he really did walk towards a tightly shut door. "Qi Kong." The others all called out to stop him. The Phoenix guard who had walked forward stopped and turned around to look at them. With a mischievous smile, he said, "You're all too nervous. I won't do anything to the family head. I'm just curious and want to take a look. It's fine." As soon as he said that, he reached out to push open the door. At the same time, his outstretched hand was grabbed by someone. Turning his head slightly, he saw that it was Luo Yu who was holding his hand. "Luo Yu, what are you doing?" Luo Yu looked at him with a solemn expression. His eyes were clearly filled with displeasure. "Qi Kong, when Master left, he ordered us to guard this place. Without permission, no one is allowed to enter. You agreed at the time, so don't make things difficult for us." Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Qi Kong was slightly startled. He was stunned for a moment before he withdrew his hand and stepped back. He turned around to look at the people behind him. Seeing their serious expressions, he smiled apologetically at them. "Sorry, I was just a bit curious. Then I won't go in." Originally, he didn't think much of this matter, but now that he saw them all like this, he felt embarrassed. He really didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to know the family head's current condition. He didn't think that in a moment of impulse, he would almost make things difficult for his brothers. Qi Kong was the youngest among the 8, but he wasn't an unreasonable person. After realizing his mistake, he immediately apologized and corrected it. Seeing this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only then did they relax. In reality, they didn't know that not only did Fengjiu order them to guard this place and not let anyone enter, he also ordered the hidden guards to carry out the order. If anyone entered without her permission, they were to be killed without exception. As for the movements in the courtyard, the hidden guards would naturally report it to her. Even if she wasn't there, she would clearly know what was happening. 2 days later, she specially rushed back from outside. This time, She let everyone in the city see her figure and let everyone know that she had returned. Once news of her return spread through the city, Murong Yixian headed towards the Feng Manor. However, he never thought that when he arrived at the Feng Manor's gates, there were already over 10 people waiting outside. He quietly ordered his attendants to inquire about them. Only then did he find out that they were from the Feng Manor side branches. Seeing this, he did not go to the Feng Manor. Instead, he found a tea house not far from the Feng Manor and sat down on the second floor to drink tea. At the same time, he paid attention to the Feng Manor's main gate. "Master, eldest young miss, a member of our Feng Manor's branch family has come. He says he wants to see the family head." The housekeeper reported the situation outside and waited for the two's orders. "Collateral branches? Which branch?" The old master frowned as he asked. "It's the second old master's branch. Even the second old master is here." Hearing this, the old man fell into deep thought. He glanced at Fengjiu, who remained silent, and said to the butler, "Bring them to the hall. I'll go take a look." "Yes," the butler replied before turning around to leave. "Little Feng, what do you think?" the old man asked. "It should be that they heard that father fell and have set their sights on us." She smiled without thinking much of it. Today's matter was just the beginning. There would only be more and more wolves eyeing the Feng Manor. "That's right. These people are all ingrates. I'll go get rid of them." As the old man spoke, he walked out. Chapter 330. The old man stopped and turned around to look at her. Fengjiu stood up and walked towards him. She softly said, "Just let me go. Grandfather should stay here with father." "You're going?" The old man was slightly surprised. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle it. "It's only a few side branches. Is grandfather worried that I can't handle them?" She slyly smiled. She flicked her sleeves and walked towards the hall. At this time, the people waiting in the hall were already impatient. "Why hasn't she come yet? Isn't she looking down on us too much?" "That's right. Once Feng Xiao fell, she doesn't even know how to treat guests." Hearing the people in the hall complaining, the old man, sitting with his eyes closed with a cane, opened his eyes and shouted, "Shut up!" With this shout, everyone in the hall quieted down. No one made a sound until the housekeeper's voice came from outside. "Eldest young miss has arrived." Hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at the figure that was walking in from outside. They saw a person wearing a white dress. Her figure was slender and delicate. Her steps were light and elegant as she slowly walked in. With every step she took, her white dress bloomed like waves. It was very beautiful. Looking up, her face was elegant and otherworldly. Her snow-white skin accentuated her beauty vividly, making it impossible for anyone to forget her with just one glance. Thinking about it, to be able to be called the #1 beauty, her face couldn't be compared to ordinary beauties. It was just that rumors were one thing, but seeing her in person was another matter altogether. They felt that there was a kind of aura on her body that made people unable to shift their eyes away, and that aura was not the slightest bit inferior to her peerless appearance. Looking at her, everyone's thoughts turned. Think about it. How could such a slender and delicate girl have the ability to support the entire Feng family? Thinking of this, they felt that coming here today was the right choice. Qingge greets second granduncle and several uncles. She bowed to the old man and several middle-aged men in the hall before walking to the main seat and sitting down. "Why are you here? Where's your grandfather?" the old man asked in a low voice, with a hint of displeasure at being treated lightly. "There have been a lot of things going on in the manor these few days. Grandfather's body can't take it anymore, so he's resting now." Her voice was soft and her tone was slow, just like a rich young lady who was raised in a boudoir and didn't understand the world. At this moment, she gave off the feeling of being docile and harmless. After hearing her words, the old man glanced at her and said in a heavy tone, "We have already heard about your father's matter. It's because we heard about it that we specially rushed over. It must be known that we are relatives with the same blood flowing through our veins. Now that something has happened to the Feng Manor, we cannot just stand by and watch." Hearing these words, Fengjiu picked up the tea that the servant brought and took a sip, hiding the mocking smile on her lips. She narrowed her eyes and drank the tea unhurriedly. Chapter 331. Feng Jiu put down the teacup, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. The young men standing behind their fathers could not take their eyes off her. She raised her eyes and looked at the middle-aged men sitting in the hall. Finally, she looked at the old man and said with a smile, "Second uncle is considerate. Everything in our manor is fine now. We don't need uncle to take charge of our Feng family." Her voice slightly paused and carried a bit of indifference. "Moreover, although you are part of the Feng family, the Feng manor has already been separated since grandfather's generation. Each of you is in charge of your own affairs, so it would be best if second uncle does not interfere with our Feng manor's matters." "What are you saying? Is there anyone who speaks to their elders like this?" The old man's tone was displeased, and his wrinkled face sank. He clearly did not think that a junior like her would dare to use this sort of evidence to speak to them. "That's right. Once Feng Xiao fell, you see, even this is out of order. Sure enough, we can't not have a single person in charge." The middle-aged men sitting on the two sides also spoke with heavy voices and looked at Feng Jiu with reproachful gazes. As for the young men standing there, they were thinking that if they could enter the Feng manor, then in the future, they would be able to get closer to their little cousin sister. Also, if the Feng Guard's power was truly taken over by their second branch, then their second branch would truly be able to overturn the heavens. Hearing their reproach, Feng Jiu gently laughed. She leaned back in her chair and played with a strand of hair that had fallen to the side. Her expression carried a bit of indifference, and a lazy aura emanated from her body. Almost as soon as she laughed, her entire aura changed. If she was as docile as a kitten before, making people think she was weak and easy to bully, then at this moment, she was as lazy as a sleeping lion. She stretched her body and emitted a dangerous aura. It made people unable to help but feel a chill run down their backs. A chill that reached their feet made them feel a bit uneasy. "What are you laughing at?" Because her laughter made them a bit scared, a middle-aged man could not help but ask with a heavy voice. Feng Jiu raised her cold eyes and glanced at them. The corners of her lips slightly curled. "Naturally, I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourselves." Once these words were said, everyone could not help but feel ashamed. The old man's cane heavily slammed against the ground, and he sternly shouted, "You dare to be so rude to your elders? How impudent! Go and call your grandfather out. I like to ask him how he teaches his juniors to actually make them disrespect their elders like this." Feng Jiu looked at their greedy faces, yet they all put on righteous faces. She felt that they were very annoying. Her slender, white fingers gently tapped on the table, seeing that each and every one of their faces were filled with indignation. Yet they wanted to take over the Feng manor. Thinking of this, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. A strange light flashed through her eyes as her lazy voice came out. "Since you said that you want to help us take over the Feng manor, then you must have some strength. Otherwise, not to mention my grandfather not being willing to hand over the Feng manor's power, even I would not agree, much less our Feng manor's Feng guards." However, her voice paused, and she looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 332. Seeing their anxious expressions, Feng Jiu curled her lips into a smile. "However, if you can beat me, I will definitely hand over the Feng manor's authority." Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment. They could not help but begin to laugh. One of the middle-aged men laughed loudly and said with disdain, "You don't joke around. Not to mention me. Even those of the same generation as you are stronger than you." "Is that so?" She gently smiled, and her eyes curved like a harmless little white rabbit. "There's a martial arts field in the manor. How about we go there?" Once her suggestion was made, everyone in the hall raised their hands and feet in agreement. Thus, under her lead, everyone arrived at a martial arts field near the back of the mountain. Along the way, only the old man slightly furrowed his brow. He looked at Feng Jiu with an inquisitive gaze, as if he wanted to see through her depth. Unfortunately, the girl in front of him had a harmless appearance, making it impossible for him to see through her. After everyone in the manor heard this, they began to quietly discuss it. However, as people of the Feng manor, their lips were tightly sealed. Even if they discussed it in the manner, they would not spread the news. However, because they knew about this matter, some of them took the time to follow and watch. After the 8 leaders of the phone guards heard this, they were a bit shocked. It can't be the eldest young miss? She wants to compete with them? Based on what I know, the second branch does indeed have a few talents. One of them just became a martial great master last month. If the eldest young miss fights with him, wouldn't she be delivering herself to their doorstep for nothing? The eldest young miss shouldn't be that kind of person. Since she is doing this, she must have the confidence to beat them. How is that possible? Just her strength? Don't joke around. One person waved his hand, his face full of disbelief. Only Luo Yu's eyes lit up after hearing this news. He put his hand on Fan Lin's shoulder and said, let's go. We'll go watch Master take care of people. I'll tell you, you haven't fought with her before. If you run into her, you will only be unlucky. It's not that you don't believe in her skills, all right? It's rare to have a chance to watch. Don't miss it. After saying this, he half pushed and half pulled Fan Lin towards the martial arts field in the back of the mountain. When the others saw this, they paused for a moment before following him to the training field. The secret guards who were hiding in the shadows around the courtyard sighed inwardly. They also wanted to go and take a look, but unfortunately, they had to guard this courtyard and could not leave. The old man, who was talking to Feng Xiao in his room, didn't say much after hearing the news. He knew the phone girl very well. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't do this. He guessed that she wanted to make an example out of him. The people from the second branch were really too much. They just had to come at this time. It was really disappointing. Originally, he wanted to ask Lung Hua to go over and tell her to be merciful, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If it weren't for the lesson of blood, these people wouldn't give up, and they wouldn't be afraid. Just let her be. At the martial arts field, there were originally many guards in the residence who were watching. However, before they could see the fight, they were dispersed by the steward and returned to their positions. Therefore, in the end, only the 12 people from the second branch, as well as a few captains of the Phoenix Guards, Lung Hua, and the steward were left watching from the side. Cousin, my father said that in order to prevent others from saying that he is bullying the young, he let me fight you. The young man walked out, his face full of arrogance. Chapter 333. Hearing this, the young man's face darkened. He couldn't do it? Why couldn't he do it? Cousin, you sure talk big. I haven't even tried yet. How do you know that I can't do it? He spoke in a strange tone, his gaze sweeping across her body provocatively. It was obvious that he was hinting at something. As soon as he said that, before Feng Nine could say anything, the faces of Luo Yu and the others, who were not far away, darkened. They stared coldly at the man, especially Luo Yu. He cracked his knuckles and cracked his knuckles, taking advantage of his master's words. I'll remember this brat. Feng Jiu saw that he was looking at her wantonly, and he seemed to think that she didn't understand what he was saying. Seeing this, she only raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at him. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and there was a dangerous smile. Since you want to try, then go ahead. I only hope that you won't regret it. The old man and a few middle-aged men heard this and felt a little puzzled. She clearly didn't have any strength, so why was she so confident? One of the middle-aged men saw this and was about to ask his son to step back, but his son had already stepped forward. Come on, I'll let you have a taste of my strength. He had a malicious smile on his face and was already in a fighting stance. Feng Jiu saw this and moved to the weapons placed at the side of the training field. Her fingers paused as she ran across the swords and sabers. No one knew what she thought, but she shook her head and smiled. Finally, she picked a round wooden stick that was about 2 meters long. Don't you need to pick a weapon? She raised her eyebrows and looked at the young man opposite her. It was said that this belonged to her cousin. However, he was a cousin of a generation and they weren't close. Haha, against you my bare hands are enough. He laughed loudly. In the next moment, a malicious look appeared on his face. He said, Cousin, you have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward. His hand formed a claw and grabbed at Feng Jiu's chest. The faces of the 8 Phoenix Guards nearby turned ashen. This pervert! Luo Yu cursed under his breath. As a man, he really wanted to step forward and give this man a kick when he saw such a vulgar action. What a disgrace to men. The youngest of the 8, Chi Kong, also had an extremely ugly expression as he stared at the young man. What kind of relative was he? He might as well not acknowledge such a relative. The others did not speak and only frowned as they watched the scene. Fan Lin noticed that Lung Shuang, who was standing not far away from them, had a cold and calm expression on her face. He could not help but be slightly surprised, as if he had thought of something. His gaze once again turned towards the training grounds, and with this look, the frown on his face relaxed. The woman in white had an indifferent expression on her face. She stood there without moving, and the round wooden stick in her hand seemed to be held casually. There was no posture to speak of. When she saw that the young man's first move was to attack her chest, she just raised her eyebrows and sneered. Just as the young man's hand was about to reach her chest, he saw her step sideways. At the same time, the round wooden stick in her hand instantly hit the outstretched hand. When the round wooden stick hit, they could even hear the sound of a wind blade. Chapter 334. Hiss! Ah! That shrill scream masked the sound of the bones in his hand shattering. That strike had shattered all the bones in his hand. His hand was instantly swollen like a pig's trotter. His other hand was tightly gripping his hand, twitching in pain. His entire body was jumping on the spot, trying to alleviate the pain in his spine. Oh, my hand! Hiss! It hurts! Seeing this scene, the expressions on the 8 Fengjiu's faces relaxed, revealing expressions of schadenfreude. Serves him right. That's how you should hit him, Luo Yu and Chi Kong said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Their eyes were bright as they looked at the white figure in the arena. They felt that her strike had vented their anger. When the people from the second branch saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly. When they saw him attack her chest, they felt that they had lost all face. Now, they had just made a move, and he had already hit them with the stick. Because their line of sight was blocked by the man when the stick landed, from their point of view, the stick should not have been very heavy. Therefore, when they saw him scream like that, they felt that he was a good-for-nothing and had embarrassed them in front of the Phoenix Guards and Feng Qingge. However, at this moment, the round wooden stick in Feng Jiu's hand swept out again, landing on the man's calf. He screamed in pain, and his entire body staggered to the side. As his body was suspended in the air, everyone saw a strong gust of wind from the stick sweep past. With a whoosh, it swept across the training field and landed between the young man's legs with a bang. Ah! Wah! Hiss! Almost at the same time, different voices came from different mouths. The surrounding men who saw this scene could not help but clamp their legs together. Their eyes widened in shock, and their hearts suddenly trembled. Hiss! This move is too ruthless. Even my balls hurt when I saw it. Luo Yu clenched his legs and said. He only felt that the last time the master beat him, he was really lenient. At least at that time, he only beat his handsome face, not his little brother. Chi Kong swallowed his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. This eldest miss is ruthless. Too ruthless. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that if he had really entered the patriarch's room that day, would the eldest young miss have also given him such a blow? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Sure enough, women were either not ruthless, or when they were ruthless, they were simply inhuman. Fan Lin looked at the young man who had been sent flying by a single strike, falling in front of the people of the second branch. He did not even have the chance to scream before he fainted from the pain. Fan Lin stroked his chin and said, with this strike, there is an 80 to 90% chance that his manhood is crippled. The others looked at the young miss, who had put away the round wooden stick behind her back, and couldn't help but say, I really couldn't tell. Young miss, this, gentle and harmless girl can actually wield such a lethal strike. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Huia, huia. The middle-aged man cried out in alarm. After he helped the unconscious man up, he found that the man's hand was like a piece of broken bone, hanging limply by his side. His entire palm was filled with blood, and on his legs, the man's weakest part, There were also drops of blood faintly seeping out, staining his trousers red. Seeing this, his heart clenched. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fengjiu, who was not far away, angrily and fiercely shouted. Chapter 335. Fengjiu raised an eyebrow and sneered. Blood relatives? You dare to talk to me about blood relatives? Do you really think that my Feng manor is easy to bully just because my father has fallen? Take control of my Feng family? You think you're worthy? Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the second branch changed again. Seeing this woman who no longer hid her thoughts and spoke sharply with a cold expression, they realized that she had been playing with them from the beginning. She never wanted them to enter the Feng family. She never wanted them to take control of the Feng manor. She deliberately wanted to humiliate them and embarrass them. Good, Feng Qinggu. Good. Very good. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. He handed his injured and unconscious son to the people behind him to take care of. He strode towards her and angrily said, Today, I will properly discipline you in place of Feng Shao. Seeing the middle-aged man walk towards her, the 8 Phoenix Guards' expressions changed and said, He is the one from the second branch who just became a martial ancestor last month. No matter how good the eldest young miss is, she is only good at agility. I'm afraid that she will be at a disadvantage against him. We'll go and help. You dare to humiliate the eldest young miss in the Feng Manor's territory? You're simply looking for death. That's right. Do you really think we're decorations? Let's go. They shouted and walked forward. At this time, they saw the Long Shuang walk over and block their path. Don't go and cause trouble for Master. Her cold voice, coupled with her expressionless face, made her look like an ice beauty. Her tight black clothes added a touch of coldness to her. She lacked the gentleness of a woman, and only had coldness. He is a martial ancestor. Can Master deal with him? Luo Yu was slightly startled. When he asked this, he felt that it was inconceivable. The Long Shuang had been by Master's side for a long time. If Master could not deal with him, she would be the first to rush forward. But now, she had come to stop them. It could only be said, Master's strength was enough to deal with a martial ancestor-level middle-aged man. Hiss! Was this possible? Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and stared in shock at the white figure. When the others heard this, they also looked at the white figure in disbelief. They had seen how enchanting and dazzling she was when she wore red. That was a kind of wanton insolence, and her whole body exuded a confident and noble light. Now, she was wearing white in the matinee. At first glance, she gave people a gentle and harmless feeling, like a docile sheep, without the slightest bit of aggression. However, this was only an illusion at first sight. Otherwise, that young man wouldn't have screamed so miserably. Thinking of the stick she had swung down, the few of them trembled, swallowed their saliva, and unconsciously clamped their legs together. Worried about her? Perhaps they were worried for nothing. In the training field, Fengjiu, who was holding a round wooden stick, saw the middle-aged man angrily striding towards her. He raised his hand and slapped her face with a hidden force. She raised her eyebrows and threw the round wooden stick in her hand behind her back. She directly attacked with her bare hands, and with a strange speed, she caught the wrist that was swinging towards her. Her feet moved to the side, and in the instant that she dodged, she twisted the wrist that was being held down. With a crack, she broke it. At the same time, she placed her other hand on his shoulder and pulled his entire arm off. This, Chapter 336. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, the crowd gasped in disbelief. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. If it had not happened right in front of their eyes, they would never have believed that a dignified martial great master would actually be subdued in one move. The middle-aged man's knee was kicked, causing him to kneel down. His body was pushed forward, and the arm that had been held down was twisted and pressed against his back. The pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He wanted to stand up, but he found that he could not do it. The people from the second branch were all dumbfounded. The 8 Phoenix Guards were also dumbfounded. This was simply perverted. With this kind of skill and this kind of strength, who would dare say that she could not support the entire Feng Manor? Who would dare say that they wanted to help her control the Feng Manor? Everyone's hearts began to tremble. The people from his second branch were all frightened. They never thought that Feng Qingge would have such a strange skill. She was actually able to subdue a martial great master in one move. With this kind of strength, if they were to say what they had said earlier, they would have been overestimating themselves. As for the Phoenix Guards, their hearts trembled because of excitement. They were excited that her skill and strength were outstanding. In their eyes, only such an outstanding person was worthy of being their master. Among the crowd, the old man from the second branch's turbid eyes were filled with shock and horror. Perhaps others could not see it, but he clearly saw it. She clearly could have taken his life in that instant, but she did not. She only broke his hand and his arm. To them, she was already being merciful. He thought that if it were not for the fact that they were all surnamed Feng, perhaps just the fact that they wanted to enter the Feng Manor today would have been enough to have them all die here. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of fear. His heart trembled with fear, and cold sweat began to seep out. He quickly used the cane in his hand to support himself, preventing his body from swaying and falling to the ground. But even so, he still grabbed the arm of a similarly shocked middle-aged man and said in a trembling voice, quickly bring him back. Let's go." However, at this time, no one dared to go forward. They all stood there in shock as they looked at the beautiful woman with a cold expression. Let me go. Let me go." The middle-aged man who was being held down struggled and angrily shouted. But in the next moment, a hand blade landed on the back of his neck. With a grunt, he fell to the ground and fainted. Feng Jio's expression was indifferent and cold as she looked at the people of the second branch. Her cold voice carried a warning as she said, "This is the first and last time. As disciples of the Feng family's branch family, you should act like a branch family. If something like this happens again, then I don't mind making your second branch disappear from the Feng family's branch family." Hearing the sharp and cold warning, the people of the second branch felt their hearts skip a beat and their hearts sank. No one doubted the truth of her words, because from the way she acted, it was clear that she was not a person who cared about blood ties or kinship. If there really was a next time, they believed that she would do as she said today and make their second branch's name disappear from the Feng family's branch. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked deeply at Feng Jio. "I understand. I will take care of the people from the second branch. Something like today will not happen again." Chapter 337. "Yes." The steward calmed himself down and respectfully responded. Only then did he come to the second branch and lead them out. Seeing them leave with their tails between their legs, not even daring to cause trouble, Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily. He strode towards Feng Jio with a fawning expression. "Master, only now do I know how good you are to me." Feng Jio lightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at him with a faint smile. Her gaze swept past a few people, and she walked out of the martial arts field. Seeing that she wasn't talking to him, Luo Yu thickened his skin and followed. The martial arts field quieted down after they left, leaving only the 7 Phoenix Guards standing there. "What do you think? With eldest Miss skills and strength, she's qualified to be her master, right?" Fan Lin smiled and looked at the few people beside him. The few of them pondered, and one of them said, "Eldest Miss has indeed exceeded our expectations. If she's like this, it won't be a problem for her to take charge of the Phoenix Guards." "That's right. Her style of handling matters is very swift and decisive. When it's necessary to be ruthless, she's ruthless. Normal people can't compare to this kind of courage." I think so too. Last time I didn't have a chance to meet her, but this time I saw many things. I think she's like a sleeping tiger. She doesn't make a move, but when she does, it's absolutely shocking. However, we've been back for so long, but she hasn't given us any orders. It's like she's treating us like invisible people. Could it be that she's dissatisfied with us? Chi Kong asked with some worry. At this moment, he was wondering if she had found out about what had happened that day. There's no point in thinking too much. Let's go. The few of them looked at each other and walked back. They all knew in their hearts that perhaps it wasn't them testing whether she was qualified to be their master, but rather she was the one testing whether they were qualified to be her subordinates. In a faraway country, a man dressed in black came to Hui Lang's room. He handed over a piece of information and quietly left. Ing Yi, who was sitting at the table drinking tea, glanced at him and asked curiously, "Is this the information that Master wanted to investigate?" In that day when the ghost doctor left, wasn't Master held back by some matters and unable to look for him? After he came back, he asked me to investigate his whereabouts. I only got the news recently. Hui Lang answered as he opened the file to take a look. We couldn't find him in the Green Ten Kingdom. Master then reminded me to send someone to the Blazing Sun Kingdom to investigate secretly. See, we only receive news from there now. A ninth-class small country? Why would the ghost doctor go there? Ing Yi frowned. In his opinion, the ghost doctor couldn't be someone from a small ninth-ranked country. After all, a small ninth-ranked country couldn't produce a pharmacist like him. How would I know? Master didn't say anything. He only told me to send someone to the Glorious Sun Kingdom to investigate. Speaking of this, he took out the information in the bag. At the very top was a portrait. The person in the portrait was dressed in flamboyant red robes. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, and that pair of eyes that contained craftiness and wisdom seemed to be staring at them through the paper, as if she was scheming something. The slightly curled corners of her lips carried a hint of wickedness. She was a living embodiment of the ghost doctor's wickedness and evilness. Chapter 338. Ingy glanced at him and said, "You're wrong. Lovesickness is a matter between two people. As for Master, anyone with a discerning eye can see that it's unrequited love. If the ghost doctor had Master in her heart, she wouldn't run away every time. AI, you can't blame the ghost doctor for this. You say, she's just a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She's just like a sapling. Although she's a bit more abnormal than the average person, she can't deny the fact that she's only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, Master is gay. That ghost doctor looks quite normal. It's one thing for Master to like him, but it's another for him not to like Master. You said that Master likes him, but you can't force him to be gay, right?" Hearing this, Ingy looked at him strangely. "You mean the ghost doctor looks normal, but Master isn't normal?" Hui Lang sat up straight and suddenly turned around to look at the surroundings. Then he grinned and said, "Master isn't normal to begin with. You say, would a normal man give up a big chest, a big waist, fine skin, and beautiful face to like another man? But..." He adjusted his expression and glanced at Ingy. Giving a light cough, he said with a serious face, "Master is Master. Whether Master likes a man or a woman, it's not something us subordinates can stop. So seeing that Master likes the ghost doctor, I'm also doing my best to help Master. I also hope that Master can turn the ghost doctor gay, so that the two lovers can finally be together." "Ah, you're worried that I'll tell on you to Master?" Ingy took a sip of tea and asked, "Do I look like someone who would tell on you?" Hui Lang glanced at him and said in a bad mood, "You won't tell on me. You only run to Master when you're drunk and say everything." "Cuckoo." Ingy coughed uncomfortably and said, "I was drunk that time. Didn't Master not take it seriously at the time?" "Yes, he didn't take it seriously. Master only said that next time he'll find some stronger wine for you to try." Speaking of this, he sighed, "If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have anyone to chat with, I wouldn't have been tricked by you so many times. Chi, how's this a casual chat? You're obviously gossiping about Master behind his back. Other than me, who else would dare to listen? Only the two of them, who had always been by their Master's side, dared to whisper about this. If it were anyone else, who would have the guts to do so?" As Ingy spoke, he saw that he was still holding onto the ghost doctor's portrait for a long time without putting it down. So he said, "Be careful with that painting. Don't damage it. Master told us to hand this painting over to him." You don't know, when Master finished the painting, he was standing by the window with the portrait in his hand, cursing the ghost doctor for having no conscience. When I saw that, I felt that Master was possessed. If it weren't for the matter here, Master would have already gone to find the ghost doctor. I know. If it wasn't to make it easier for the subordinates to find the ghost doctor's whereabouts, Master wouldn't have let this painting fall into the hands of the subordinates. Hui Lang said as he put the portrait in his hand on the table. Then he took out the information he had collected from the investigation. After a while, he widened his eyes in astonishment and stood up in disbelief. What? The ghost doctor is a woman? Puff. Cough, cough. Chapter 339. He looked up at him in astonishment. What did you say? Hui Lang excitedly held the information in his hand and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's great. So the ghost doctor is a woman. This way, Master will be normal. This way, we can have a little Master in the future. Ha, eh. His laughter stopped, and he stared at Ingy with wide eyes. You're in trouble. You actually drenched the ghost doctor's portrait. He was stunned for a moment. Looking at the portrait that was drenched by the tea he spat out, he thought of how Master had repeatedly told him to return the portrait, and his scalp couldn't help but feel numb. Let me look at the information. He snatched the information in his hand and looked at it. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Not only is the ghost doctor a woman, but she's also someone from a small 9th-rank country. I really didn't think that a place like that would produce someone like her. Who cares what country it is? Anyway, in this way, when Master brings the ghost doctor in front of everyone in the future, no one will say that she's a homosexual. That's right, you said that the ghost doctor is a woman. Didn't Master already know about it? He suddenly remembered that perhaps Master already knew about this. It's possible. He nodded. Thinking of how Master didn't hide his love for the ghost doctor, he must have already known that she was a woman. Otherwise, even if Master didn't fear other people's gazes, he wouldn't allow others to say that he was gay, right? Thinking of this, he rubbed his chin. It seemed that only he and Hui Lang had said that Master was gay. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Grey Wolf take away the documents and the portrait that had been splashed with tea and quickly walked out. I'm going to report to Master about the ghost doctor's whereabouts. Hui Lang grinned and waved the portrait in his hand, smiling maliciously. While I'm at it, I'll also tell Master about this portrait. As soon as his voice fell, he instantly rushed out of the room. This ungrateful wolf. He angrily cursed in a low voice and quickly chased after him. In the room, Yama Lord was sitting in front of a desk dealing with affairs. He was wearing a black robe with a dark dragon pattern on it. After busying himself for a while, he put down the pen in his hand and took a sip of tea. Master, come in. When Hui Lang, who was outside the room, heard the sounds coming from inside, he pushed open the door and walked in. Grinning, he quickly walked to the desk and excitedly said, Master, there's news about the ghost doctor. As he spoke, he handed over the information, as well as the portrait that had been soaked by the tea. When he saw his master frowning and staring at the portrait, he said unethically, he was too careless when drinking tea. He spat out a mouthful of tea directly on the portrait. Who had hurried in, happened to hear this. He glared at Hui Lang and knelt down on one knee to beg for forgiveness. It's all this subordinate's fault. Please punish me, Master. Yama Lord glanced at the two of them and flipped through the information in his hand without saying a word. The more he read, the tighter his frown became, especially when he saw that she was engaged to a man named Murong Ishian. His face darkened. It wasn't until he reached the last page that he saw the latest news that their engagement had been annulled that his furrowed brows relaxed. His handsome and resolute face revealed a faint smile that was hard to detect. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this news. Chapter 340. Hearing this, the Yama Lord raised his eyes and glanced at him. His handsome and resolute face didn't need anything else, but it was enough to make people feel that he was incomparably majestic. Hui Lang smiled embarrassedly and said that this subordinate saw the information earlier and knew that the ghost doctor was originally a woman. So this subordinate thought that for such an outstanding woman like the ghost doctor, if Master isn't by her side, I'm afraid that she will be snatched away by other men. The Yama Lord leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms as he looked at him. His sexy thin lips slightly curved into a smile that wasn't a smile, and a low and magnetic voice came out of his mouth. Do you think this lord will lose to other men? Or is it that she will be easily seduced by others? Seduced? Hearing this, the kneeling Ing Yi's face trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Did Master think that those who got close to the ghost doctor were all men who seduced her? However, it seemed that the only one who had been seducing the ghost doctor was Master himself. Although this was the case, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Hui Lang heard his question, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He smiled embarrassedly and said, This subordinate didn't mean that. It's just that, as the saying goes, good women are afraid of pestering men. No matter how good a woman is, no matter how cold a woman is, she is still afraid of men pestering her. With this kind of pestering, it's hard to say when a man will unknowingly pester her. Hearing this, the Yama Lord's eyes moved slightly, and a light flashed in his deep black eyes. He looked at Hui Lang and said, You mean, as long as this lord learns the word pester, I won't be afraid that I won't be able to seduce her. Seduce? And he really didn't have the courage or the face to look up. He only wanted to say that Master was too deeply affected by the ghost doctor's love poison. Even words like seduce and seduce could come out of his noble and domineering master's mouth. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed that he was going to carry it out. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Hui Lang. He only felt that he was making random moves and coming up with all sorts of messy ideas, because he really couldn't imagine how their noble, domineering, and somewhat aloof master would entangle a woman and try to abduct her away. In contrast to Ying Yi's reaction, Hui Lang was very excited. After hearing his master's words, his eyes lit up. Master, that's right. Women have to be pestered, but they can't be pestered. You have to have a way to do it. Some women are reserved and refuse to nod easily, and some are to test how important they are to men. Master, with Master's condition, Masters pester her. If it's any other woman, why would Master pester her? Just a look, just a word, and a bunch of women will throw themselves at you. Yanju glanced at him and thought to himself, Even Grey Wolf can tell that I'm not attracted to that woman. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, You may leave. Hui Lang, who was talking enthusiastically, was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask, where are they going to find the ghost doctor? He stood up from the ground and dragged him out. This subordinate will take his leave. He said, and directly dragged Hui Lang out. Glancing at the two people who left, the monarch's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the portrait in his hand. The person in the portrait had a pair of intelligent eyes and a cunning light. The corner of her mouth had a devilish smile that made people love and hate her. It made him feel as if there was a feather stirring in his heart, stirring up a pool of spring water. Chapter 341. Achoo! Fengjiu sneezed just as she was putting the research powder into a bottle. She rubbed her nose and whispered, Could it be that someone is thinking of me? She shook her head with a smile when she heard this. She couldn't believe her sudden thought. After all, the people who would miss her were all by her side. Xiaojiu, Guan Shalin, dressed in black, strode in with a joyful expression on his face. My mansion has been renovated. I've had people demolish and rebuild many of the things inside. I've also chosen a date to move into the mansion. It'll be in 3 days. Fengjiu smiled when she heard this. Really? That's great. I haven't had time to take a look since I came back. Come, accompany me to see how you've renovated the mansion. She handed the bottle in her hand to Lung Shuang, who was behind her. This is medicine for my father. Take it and have Lung Hua change his dressing. Then tell grandfather that I'm going to take a look at my brother's house. Because it had been several days, her father's body had recovered well, and he was in good spirits. So Lung Hua was in charge of changing his dressing. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. He took the bottle of medicine and headed to Feng Zhao's courtyard. Let's go, Guan Shalin said excitedly and led her to the Guan family that he had built single-handedly. The two families lived next to each other. After walking out of the gate for a while, they saw the big house. When they came to the gate of the big house, Feng Nine stopped and looked up. Guan Shalin saw her gaze fall on the plaque covered with a red cloth. He smiled and said, I asked grandfather to inscribe the words on it. We'll open it when we enter the mansion. Come, let's go inside and take a look. She smiled and walked into the mansion with him. Master, eldest Mississippi, there were only a few cleaning servants and a housekeeper in the mansion. When they saw the two of them enter, they hurriedly put down their work and came over to greet them. Go about your business. Guanxilin waved his hand and led Fengjiu inside, introducing her to the layout of the manor and the source of the idea for the construction. Look, this is the east main courtyard, where I'll be staying from now on. This courtyard is the biggest. You can practice martial arts here when you wake up in the morning. I even asked someone to install a wooden stake for practicing martial arts here. All right, I'll show you your courtyard. Why did you leave a courtyard for me? She stared blankly at him. Of course, you're my little sister. How can I not leave a courtyard for you? You must know that the Feng Manor is your home, and this place is also your home. In this home, you will always have a place. He smiled and said, I know that you like peace and quiet, so I left the south courtyard for you. Hearing his words, Fengjiu's heart warmed, and his eyes curved into a happy smile. Thank you, brother. You don't have to thank me. We're family. He laughed and brought her to the south courtyard. It's this big. Seeing that he had left the entire south courtyard for her, she could not help but be surprised. Normally speaking, aside from the main courtyard, the other 3 courtyards could each have 2 or 3 small courtyards. However, he had turned the entire south courtyard into a large courtyard. The space it occupied was only a bit smaller than the one she had in the Feng Manor. Chapter 342. The courtyard is very big and beautiful. It's just that, brother, you've left such a big place. If I don't come back in the future, it'll be a waste. The Feng Manor and the Guan Manor were neighbors. Living here was the same as living there. If she didn't come to live in such a large residence, it would be a waste. It's fine. Either way, I'm just one person. It's fine if it's here. He waved his hand and did not mind. Hearing this, Fengjiu gently smiled. In the future, when you meet someone you like and have a few children, you won't be living here alone. Haha, that's still far away. Also, I don't have the mood for that right now. He laughed loudly and put his hands on his hips. Looking at the large residence, he said, I want to personally establish a Guan family that belongs to me. That way, I'll have my own home in Yaori. In the future, when I go to other places, if I can find my parents, I can bring them home. Fengjiu looked at his face, full of expectation, and could not help but say, Brother will definitely be able to find them. That was his wish, and it was something he had always wanted to do. She believed that as long as he had the conviction, there was nothing he could not do. Just like how he had personally established the Guan family, he had no one to help him. He had relied on himself, and he had relied on his conviction. With his hands on his hips, Guanxilin had a smile on his face. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he quickly said to Fengjiu, That's right, Xiaojiu. I still need to go find grandfather to discuss the matter of entering the residence in 3 days because there are still many things I don't understand. I still need to discuss with him about who to invite into the residence. Then let's go. Grandfather should be in father's courtyard right now. She smiled and walked with him to the Feng Manor. With the old man's help, he helped Guanxilin list the people he wanted to invite into the residence. They were none other than some of the clans and powers in the city. He wanted to use this joyous occasion to let them know that he, Guanxilin, had established a clan that belonged to him. From today onwards, he would reside in Yingyue City and become one of them. Even if this clan was only a small clan now, with his own strength, there would come a day when no one would dare to look down on him. On this day, Guanxilin ordered people to send the written invitations to all the families and forces in the city, inviting them to come to the Guan Mansion 3 days later to celebrate the completion of his new house and have a cup of wine with him. It could be said that after receiving the invitation from Guanxilin, the people of each family had different expressions on their faces. Each of them was thinking, now that Guanxilin has sent the invitation, what should we do? Or not? This Guanxilin was quite a character. At such a young age, he already had the courage to establish a clan that belonged to him. It could be said that his growth in the past year was astonishing, and his future development was also very important to them. If they could form a good relationship with him, it would not be a bad thing. However, Chapter 343. And it seemed that there were not just 1 or 2 families that were hesitant about this issue. In Yinyu City, the head of a mid-tier family was in the middle of a meeting with a few elders. After hearing the invitation, He also furrowed his brow. Holding the invitation card, he looked at the old man on the bottom left and asked, "First Elder, what do you think about this invitation card from Guanxilin? Should we go to the banquet, or should we not go?" The elder stroked his beard and looked at the red invitation, saying, "Although Guanxilin established the Guan family by himself, it is only a small family. Its power cannot compare to the powerful families in Yunyu City. Thus, even if we don't go, there is no problem." But that he paused, then continued, "This Guanxilin is indeed a young man with ability and courage. Up close, he does not stand out, but in the long run, he is different. Not to mention his own strength. Just his relationship with the Feng Manor will allow his small Guan family to gain a foothold in the city. That's why the head of the family might as well send someone to inquire about the plans of the other families. It will not be too late to make a decision after that." Head Elder's words are reasonable. The head of the family nodded in agreement. He waved his hand and ordered someone to inquire about the news. On the other side, after hearing that Guanxilin's new residence would be completed in 3 days, the faces of the Guan family members were not too good. At this time, the atmosphere in the Guan family's residence had become extremely heavy and oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. "I never thought that idiot would grow up so quickly. How long has it been? He actually has the ability to establish a residence." A middle-aged man spoke slowly and strangely. It was clear that he was very jealous of Guanxilin's achievements in such a short amount of time. At the same time, there was a trace of envy in the depths of his heart. It must be the Feng Manor that helped him. Otherwise, how could he have done it alone in such a short amount of time? Another person said with a frown. His face was also very ugly. "TCH, he has already left our Guan family and accepted Feng Xiao as his foster father. How could the Feng Manor not help him?" The family head had a gloomy expression as he listened to their words. After a while, he said in a gloomy voice, "Whether or not the Feng Manor helped him, we do not know. However, he does indeed have some ability. Otherwise, he would not have taken first place in the black market's Huang rankings. The Guan family had so many scandals because of him, but this person had already left the Guan family. When they thought that he would be like a stray dog without a home, he took Feng Xiao as his foster father. Now, he even established a small Guan family by himself. Regardless of the size of his family, it was already not easy for him to achieve this at his age. The old master is here." Outside, the housekeeper raised his voice and shouted. Everyone in the hall was stunned and quickly stood up to greet him. Old Master Guan walked in with a crutch in his hand. His sharp eyes glanced at everyone in the hall and then fell on the head of the family who came to greet him. The head of the Guan family helped him to the main seat and asked, "Father, why are you here? Let me ask you, did Shi Lin send an invitation?" Hearing the old man's words, everyone in the hall looked at each other and lowered their heads. He did not. The head of the Guan family's voice also became stiff. It seemed that he did not think that his father would care about this issue. Chapter 344. "Father, he didn't even send us an invitation. Naturally, he treats us as strangers. Why should we go up to him?" The Guan family head looked unhappy. Obviously, he didn't want to do as he said. Master Guan glared at him and said, "If I say send it, then send it. If you don't send it, then I will personally arrange for someone to send it." He finished speaking with a dark face, turned and walked out. He had always regretted Guanxilin. If he had not been so biased, the Guan family would not have lost such a good seedling. Now, even if he wanted to make up for it, it was too late. This was the only thing he could do. Seeing that Master Guan and Master Guan were not happy, everyone in the hall looked at each other but did not say anything. 3 days passed quickly. A burst of firecrackers broke the silence of the morning, ushering in joy in a new day. For Guanxilin, this day was undoubtedly exciting and unforgettable. He had to get up before dawn to arrange things. He was busy outside and did not have many people in his residence. Therefore, fortunately, Fengjiu sent people over to help. As for the food and other things, they were directly ordered from the big restaurants in the city and sent over. This way, it saved him a lot of trouble. "Brother, don't be so busy. I've already arranged everything. Now we just have to wait outside the residence to welcome the guests. Feng Jiu smiled and came to his side. Today, she was dressed in a white dress as usual. Her black hair was lightly tied up, leaving only 2 strands hanging in front of her chest. It added a bit of charm to her beautiful face. It's almost time. Xiao Jiu, help me entertain the guests in the residence. I'll go to the entrance to welcome the guests. Guan Shilin said with a smile. After giving his instructions, he strode to the entrance. The first to come to the Guan residence was Steward Yin of the black market. He was followed by 2 people who came with generous gifts. Before they even got close, they cupped their hands and congratulated him. Ha ha! Shilin, congratulations. Many thanks, Steward Yin, for taking the time to come here despite your busy schedule. Please come in. He also cupped his hands and invited him in with a smile. Congratulations to young Master Guan for moving into your new home. A family head came with 2 family juniors, who had also prepared generous gifts, and stepped forward to congratulate him. Thank you very much, Master Li. This way, please. Guan Shilin cupped his hands in return and led them through the gate. The butler then led them to the Fengjiu inside. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The entire Guan mansion became lively because of the arrival of the guests. The voices of the guests were accompanied by laughter, causing the entire Guan mansion to be filled with a lively and festive atmosphere. Brother, is everyone here? Feng Jiu came to her side and asked. Guan Shilin turned his head slightly to look at her and said with a smile, Yes, everyone is here. Let's go. Let's go in. All right. She smiled. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard a voice. Young Master Guan, congratulations on moving into your new home. I came uninvited to ask for a cup of wine. Murong Yixian, who was dressed in a white robe, walked over slowly with an air of elegance and nobility. Behind him was a servant holding a gift. Although he was talking to Guan Shilin, his gaze fell on Feng Jiu. When he saw her, his eyes moved slightly. Chapter 345. Please. Feng Jiu turned around, glanced at Murong Yixian, and made a gesture of invitation. Murong Yixian smiled faintly before he walked in. When Guan Shilin followed Murong Yishuan, he saw a carriage stop in front of the gate. When the curtain was lifted and a man walked out, the smile on his face disappeared. It was Master Guan, his grandfather, who was helped out of the carriage. However, since he stepped out of the Guan clan, he had nothing to do with Guan Shilin anymore. This time, he didn't send them an invitation. In his opinion, they were ruthless to him, so he didn't need to be loyal to them. Shilin, I'm here to give you a gift. Congratulations on your new house. Master Guan walked over with his walking stick. An old man behind him gave the gift to Master Guan. No need. His voice was cold and hard. He looked at Master Guan expressionlessly and said, My Guan clan is just a small house. I don't dare to accept your gift. He made a fist and palm salute. Then he turned around and walked inside. Master Guan made a heavy sigh and said, It is my fault. It is all my fault. The old man who was holding the gift said, Master, let's go back. He knew it was going to happen, but he had to prove it himself. Maybe Master Guan didn't want to believe that Guan Shilin had nothing to do with the Guan clan anymore. Let's go. Master Guan sighed. He looked at the 2 gates of the Guan clan and sighed. In the end, he got on the carriage and left. Nobody noticed that at the corner of the street, a woman was staring at the carriage in a daze. She was none other than Kushinya, the woman who broke off the engagement with Guan Shilin. The man who she didn't think highly of in the past had built a clan and became the head of the clan. Even though it was a small clan, it was already amazing for a young man to grow up so fast. She felt bitter in her heart. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have done it. If she hadn't broken off the engagement back then, the man who had become more outstanding and mature would have been her man, and half of the Guan family would have belonged to her. But now, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only turn around and leave. The atmosphere in the Guan mansion was lively and cheerful because Guan Shilin was toasting each table with wine glasses, and the sound of people talking and laughing could be heard. At this moment, the steward rushed in, and his face was full of surprise and excitement. Master, the ghost doctor sent someone to deliver a gift. Almost as soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, they all looked at Guan Shilin, who was holding a wine glass. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Was Guan Shilin friends with the ghost doctor? The ghost doctor actually sent someone to congratulate him? Guan Shilin was startled for a moment before he put down his wine glass and looked at the two old men who walked in from outside. They were men from the black market. He recognized them. "Why are you here?" Steward Yin of the black market stood up in surprise. The two old men nodded to Steward Yin and then saluted to Guan Shilin. They said, "Master Guan, we are here to deliver a gift for the ghost doctor." After that, two exquisite rectangular boxes were handed over to the two old men. For a moment, people started to guess. Chapter 346. For a moment, everyone's curious gazes fell on Guan Shilin, guessing that since the ghost doctor was a pharmacist, would the congratulatory gift he sent be medicine as well? However, Guan Shilin obviously didn't want everyone to know. He only ordered people to receive the gifts, then invited the two elders to take a seat and personally poured wine for them. After all, these two were people who didn't often appear in the black market. If it wasn't for his relationship with the ghost doctor, he wouldn't have been able to see these two people, let alone have them personally come here. Following his greetings, everyone laughed and drank again. However, after this incident, everyone had a different view of this newly emerged Guan family and felt that they had made the right decision in coming here today. If they could make friends with someone who had a relationship with the ghost doctor, it wouldn't be bad at all. During the banquet, everyone was thinking of ways to make friends with Guan Shilin. There were also some who tried to indirectly ask Feng Jiu about Feng Zhao's situation. Murong Yixian, who was sitting at the same table as Feng Jiu, looked at her from time to time, trying to find an opportunity to chat with her. Until, during the banquet, Feng Jiu got up to relieve himself. Murong Yixian also got up and followed him. When Feng Jiu walked back to the front, she saw Murong Yixian sitting in the pavilion by the rockery. Seeing this, she only glanced at him, then directly walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, she was blocked by him. "Is something the matter?" She frowned slightly, looking at him blocking her way as she asked. "Qinggu, the marriage that my royal father arranged for you. You know about it, right?" Murong Yixian's gaze fell on her beautiful face. It was the same face, but it had a different expression. However, it couldn't be denied that it still attracted his gaze. "Marriage?" She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Did I agree?" Hearing this, he relaxed and said, "I will try my best to persuade my father to withdraw his order. You don't have to worry too much." In his opinion, even if she did not agree to it, if his father did not withdraw the decree, she would not be able to get married. After all, the Enchanting kingdom was a 6th-grade kingdom, which was incomparable to the glorious Sun Kingdom. Sometimes there were many things that they did not have the right to speak on. This was also the difference in strength. In this world, no matter where one was, only strength was everything. For a girl as beautiful as her, if it were not for the Feng manor protecting her, she would not be able to live so freely. Feng Jiu smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's better if you don't meddle in my business." She moved forward, but when she passed by him, she paused and said, "As for my marriage, other than myself, no one can decide for me." Murong Yixian was slightly startled. He tilted his head slightly and saw that the white figure had already moved forward. Her steps were so calm, so elegant, so calm. It was as if she did not put that matter in her eyes. Looking at her, who was full of confidence and calmness, he suddenly felt a little lonely and a little startled. He did not know when, but the gentle person in his memory was no longer there. The person in front of him was familiar, but there was a strangeness that could not be ignored. It was as if the two of them could never return to the past and could never be together again. On the contrary, the distance between the two of them was getting further and further. Qinggu, what should I do with you? Chapter 347. After a busy day, after sending off the guests, the servants began to tidy up. Guan Shilin sent Feng Jiu back to the Feng manor. They all sat together and talked about the day's events. Not bad. The fact that they all came means that they value you. Even if your family is small, To be able to invite the family heads of all the families in the city is already quite a bit of face. Old Master Feng stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Guanxilin with a face full of praise. If it weren't for grandfather's help, I would have been a mess today. He smiled a bit embarrassedly and said, "There is also Xiao Jiao, who used the ghost doctor's name to get people from the black market to send gifts." When I saw those people hear that it was the ghost doctor sending gifts, their eyes widened. "Ha! Of course, what kind of person is the ghost doctor? In a small 9-tier country like Yaori, even a large family would hope to be able to form a relationship with the ghost doctor." The old man looked at Feng Jiao full of pride and felt very proud. No one would have thought that the famous ghost doctor was his granddaughter. "Grandfather, now that the matter of brother entering the manor has come to an end, shouldn't we also take care of the manor's matters?" Feng Jiao looked at the old man, who was smiling proudly, and asked, "You're talking about handing over the authority?" The old man stopped smiling and looked at her, saying, "Grandfather is already prepared for this matter and plans to enter the palace tomorrow morning. Even if our family doesn't become the country's general, no one will dare to do anything to us. If we don't become the country's general, we'll be happy to be free and unfettered." Then do you need me to go with you tomorrow?" The old man waved his hand. No need. You could just stay at home. Grandfather will go." Seeing this, Feng Jiao nodded and said to Guanxilin, "Brother, you've been busy all day. You should go back and rest first." "All right, then I'll go back first. If there's anything, just come find me." He smiled as he spoke. He nodded at the two of them before turning to leave. "Grandfather, I'll go see old Bai." "Go." The old man gestured and smiled as he watched her turn and leave. Only a few of them in the residence knew that Senior White had saved Feng Xiao. It was precisely because of this that they were astonished that Senior White had actually been able to resist a peak martial ancestor realm expert. However, they had never been able to discern exactly what level of spiritual beast it was. After all, it was a mutated spirit beast. Apart from being lazy and lustful, it only knew how to eat. If it had not been for that incident, it would not have been eye-catching at all. Especially since it was being raised, it was not locked up. It and the little pet called Chio were free to move around the Feng Manor all day. However, the place it stayed the most was the fake mountain, because that was where the maidservants moved around the most. The old woman would stand guard there all day. Sure enough, as soon as he approached the rockery, he heard the laughter of the maidservants. As he gradually approached, he saw Lao Bai wagging his tail and teasing two maidservants who were passing by. The two maidservants held down their skirts as they trotted away. "Hiss!" Lao Bai opened his mouth and let out a hiss. He turned his head and saw Feng Jiao. He happily ran towards her. "Lao Bai, if you don't change your lustful nature, you'll cause trouble sooner or later." She patted his head and smiled as she spoke. She smoothed the fur on his head and looked at the flesh he had recently regrown. She smiled and said, "You've been lazy again recently, right? Look, the flesh on your stomach has grown back." Hiss. Chapter 348. Let's go out for a walk." She patted its head and led it to the stable. Just as she was about to take it out, she saw Chio, who was lying on the fake mountain, jump into her arms. "You want to go out too?" Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked at the little thing in her arms. "All right then, don't run around when you're outside." She stroked Chio's fur with one hand and then led Old White out the door. She got on, clamped her legs, and ran towards the outskirts. Because it was close to evening, Feng Jiao did not stay outside for too long. After a walk, she came back. After bathing, she entered the space to cultivate until the next morning. After washing up, she went to her father's courtyard. When she entered the courtyard, she glanced around and saw that the Phoenix Guards were all there. Luo Yu even gave her a fawning smile. Seeing this, she told Lung Shuang behind her and walked into the room. "Master!" Lung Hua, who was serving in the room, bowed when he saw her come in and called out. "In." She responded and walked into the room. She came to the bedside and smiled. "Father, how are you feeling today?" "My spirit is good, but my chest hurts a little when I breathe." Feng Xiao, who was lying on the bed, looked much thinner because of his injury. "Let me see." She sat down on the bed and unbuttoned his shirt to check the injury on his chest. She also checked the pulse in his hand. After a long time, she took back her hand. The injury on your chest is the most serious. Although you have taken medicine, it will take some time to recover. When grandfather comes back, I will go out again and find some herbs and jufulin to make an ointment for you. It will help you recover faster. Jufulin? Feng Xiao was startled and shook his head. No, that place is too dangerous. How can a girl like you go there? If you lack herbs, we can buy them. There is no need to take the risk. It's fine. I've been there before. I'm familiar with the place. Moreover, you can buy other medicinal herbs, but there's one that you can't buy outside. Perhaps to others, Jufulin was full of danger, but to her, that place was a treasure trove. Little Fire Phoenix was picked up there. She also met her cheap brother there. And that uncle, the corner of her mouth twitched when she realized that the uncle she had always thought of was actually the Lord of Hell. Back then, when their lips accidentally touched, he fainted. But later on, when they were in the Qing Tang Kingdom, his strange behavior, and one time, he actually wanted to kiss her. Thinking of this, her expression became a little strange, and a strange feeling flashed through her heart. Looking at his daughter who was sitting by the bed in a daze, Feng Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly, his heart full of pride as a father. She had always been the most outstanding. He just didn't know what kind of man would be worthy of her in the future. Although he hoped that she could find a good home, when he thought of the daughter that he had raised with great difficulty becoming someone else's, as a father, his heart was filled with jealousy. It was also good that her marriage with Murong Yixian was annulled. This way, she could stay by his side for a few more years. Chapter 349. Feng Jiu stayed with her father for the entire morning. Only when it was close to noon did her grandfather return. Phone girl, grandfather has finished handing over the matters. The old man walked in with a smile. Arriving at the table, he poured himself a cup of water. After drinking it, he walked into the bedroom. Seeing Feng Xiao leaning against the head of the bed, he sat down in a chair to the side. Grandfather, the emperor didn't make things difficult for you, right? Feng Jiu looked at him and asked. Although the power had been returned to him, the Feng Manor's power was still not something that others dared to look down on. It was likely that the emperor would not be at ease with them. No, our Feng Manor has power. I was quite happy to see him. How could he make things difficult for an old man like me? It was a few elders that kept urging me to stay. They wanted me to change my mind. They are the elders of the previous generation. They naturally know our Feng Manor's loyalty to Yaori, but the old man sighed. It could be said that his heart had turned cold toward that Murong Bo. They had spent most of their lives protecting Yaori for him, but in the end, they actually wanted to kill his son and marry his granddaughter to someone else to become a secondary princess. Secondary princess? That was just putting it nicely. To put it bluntly, wasn't she just a concubine? He was the beloved daughter of the Feng Manor. How could she become someone else's concubine? Even if she became the official princess, normal men were not worthy of his Feng girl. Since the power has been handed over, let's not worry about their matters for now. Grandfather, I want to talk to you about something. I want to go to Jiufu Lin to find some medicine for father. I will need you to take care of the family. She told him her plans. She calculated the time needed to go to Jiufu Lin. Half a month was enough. Jiufu Lin. The old man furrowed his brow. That place is not safe. How can a girl like you go? Can't you buy the medicine you lack? Seeing her say the same thing as her father, Feng Jiu could not help but laugh. You can't buy it because it's from underground. Even the black market doesn't have it. Also, only I know where that place is, so I need to go. But you don't have to worry. I've been to Jiufu Forest before and am very familiar with it. There won't be any danger. I've calculated that I'll be back in half a month at the latest. If I'm fast, I'll be back in about 10 days. Hearing her say this, the old man thought for a moment and said, Then bring the Phoenix Guards with you. We could take care of them on the way. This way, we could be more at ease. She shook her head. No need. I want to go by myself. It'll be faster if I go by myself. Moreover, father is still injured. We can't leave people here. Let them guard this place to prevent any accidents. Then tell Shi Lin to go with you. Grandpa, I'm not a child. If I say there's no danger, then there's no danger. I still have to ask my brother to help me take care of you when I'm not around. Otherwise, I won't be at ease when I'm outside. But the old man still wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. No, but, Grandpa, you have to believe me. She chuckled and walked out without giving them a chance to speak. I'm going to talk to my brother and get ready. We'll leave soon. This girl. The old man shook his head helplessly, but did not say anything else. Forget it, let her be. Since you said it's fine, then it should be fine. But it's best if she brings Lao Bai along. After all, Lao Bai is a spiritual beast, and its fighting power is comparable to a Wu Zone. If anything happens, Lao Bai can help her.